Things may be a little odd today in places, because as you might immediately notice, I did some more microphone tuning. Now, one important thing that could come up from this is since I adjusted the noise gating, even though I did repeated testing, things may get lost. If at any point people don't hear things, I'm going to need y'all to speak up and let me know that there's a problem. Because now and then I'm going to start talking quieter and it may not get picked up. But you can see that that's getting picked up right now, so that should be okay. But yeah, enough about technical things. I'm going to let the intro roll here and then we're going to do character creation and all that good stuff. I just have it paused so that it could actually do the intro a bit here. This has got some neat intros. It's genuinely impressive, some of the things that are going to be shown here for being a PSP game. Because that's an important note as well. This is on the same system Freedom Unite that you've been seeing me play so much of is on. It's also never actually released in English. It's another fan-patched project here, so you'll want to bear that in mind. There's the Arzuros, which I believe this is the Arzuros' first appearance. It's actually the first appearance of a fair few monsters, as far as I know. There's actually an interesting amount of comparison that can be made between this and Rise in particular, actually. Fight's not exactly going great. But that's what backup's for. Traps out, and he's caught in it. A busy place, all things considered, huh? A lot of people up and about. Sure, hot springs are great for those that are constantly out working the land or fighting monsters. Get to work all the tension out, you know? All of that just for some honey, too. Oh, that's familiar. Yep. Good old Zinogre is here, too. Which this, again, might be its first appearance. I've never actually dug in and checked what first appearances are for some of these. But I'm pretty confident that unless it appeared like in Frontier first, it probably would be first here. Now, I am going to have repeated control issues, because remember, this is a translated game, so circle and X are flipped. So I'm going to frequently try to confirm to do something and then unconfirm it immediately. So just bear with me on that one. I did start a file, but we're actually going to ignore that. Quickly make sure, yep, quick continue is already set and everything. Very good. We'll just quickly fly through character creation. Actually, I'm curious, what would happen if I tried to do this? Yeah, there we go. I can just steal the character creation data. Be a little bit sneaky about it. I don't have any portable full-second data technically, because I believe Freedom Unite and that are the same, but since it'd be the English version of Freedom Unite, I don't think it would actually take it. I'm just doing this to save myself character creation time and nothing else, really. No, we don't need a tutorial. I have hunted some monsters in my time. And we'll just overwrite that file. There we go. Convenient shortcut. Doing this purely so you actually get to see the other intro bit that's here. Or not. Never mind. It actually skipped that intro because I did that. Well, never mind. I tried. Basically, we were walking along, then a cat cart came by. We hopped on the cart. Cart got derailed a bit. And we had to take care of business, and now we're here. That's the short version. Had I known that that would have skipped, I would have just not bothered, and I would have just taken us in straight at the point where I did all the basic talking and everything. Also, you can just spin in the hot spring. Just rotate like a Costco hot dog on a roller. Speed. Anyway, let's get out of here and actually get things done, shall we? Ta-da! We are now looking like the one from the intro who was getting their ass beat. Because that's going to be happening to us a decent bit while we get our feet under us. Welcome to Kumo Village. We'll be here for a while. Got all the usual necessities for monster hunting in it. Blacksmith, shop, farm, all that good stuff. That's gonna be our house with the old lady standing out in front of it. And we were told to see the village elder, who's right there. Off we go. I'm not really going to be reading all this dialogue because it's not necessary in any particular way to what we're going to be doing here. Because, for what it's worth, I'm not going to be spending a ton of time on this unless it really grabs me. Because remember, we do still have the Freedom Unite collab going. And I don't really want to have too many Monster Hunter games running at once. I'm just getting this game out of the way of the timeline, basically. Since there was not a huge amount of interest in the group, from all I could tell, to really do Portable Third. So I'm getting this out of the history line so that we can do Tri-Ultimate when Freedom Unite is done. And if they don't go for Tri-Ultimate, I'll also just do a bit on that and then bring them in for 4 Ultimate if that's what they wish to do. That hasn't been fully confirmed yet. Oh yeah, important thing to note between Freedom Unite and this, you can bring 2 cats with you. This, I believe, is where being able to bring 2 cats when you're alone starts. They also start being able to use the boomerangs more at this point. I mean, I feel like I need to take a cat called Gilgamesh. You're timid, though. Like, I do probably want a weapon cat, but I don't know if a timid one is really the one for me on that one. Cunning. Okay, so good at distracting. Goes for small monsters first, but small first with a boomerang is fine. We'll take Lily. I did not mean to actually say yes to changing the name. I have no interest in changing their names right now. Melee and bomb. Do we have any bomb onlys? No. Because I absolutely was going to take a bomber cat again for the funnies. But not quite the option here. Okay, so gets more aggressive if the monster's vulnerable. Okay. Don't really need two small first cats, though. Oh, I guess two small firsts actually wouldn't be the worst thing, because they would keep the field clear for me. But that's not really my priority. We could always just wait and let the lady find other cats for me. Okay. Yeah, we'll take Kane for now, just so I have a full complement of cats. We will have to pay for any future cats, because, as she said, we only get the first two for free. But it's better than nothing. You'll note that there's a very similar comrade board to what you have in Rise. It's interesting how they kind of seem to almost go in cycles for how they make these games. They both have their bone picks. Let's see, you don't need to rest. Resting is for people with time to spare, and you lot don't have time. You don't really need to be getting levels, though. You'll be getting levels going out into the field with me. Let's have you meditate so you get comrade points, because I don't know what skills you can get in this game yet. There does seem to be more, because I don't remember there being 9 pages. Okay, they look after each other. Both coming out into the field. They really don't have anything to work with yet, but we'll fix that as we go. Now, y'all have probably heard me mention this repeatedly, but I'm going to mention it again. To my knowledge, this is the first game the Switch Axe appears in, so we're going to use that at least right off the top. We'll see if I stick with that, or if I cycle around today, or not. I'm not sure if they changed the movesets on any of the other weapons yet, because remember, this is basically, I believe, the next game in line after what we've been doing. And I only say I think on that because I did all my research for that a while ago, and I put them all in a timeline in my notes. Okay, this wasn't translated. Probably because it's not important. That's a thing to note, is only the important things have been translated in this patch. I don't think there's a fully complete English patch out there at all. I think it's still kind of in the ongoing phases of things. And obviously you'll notice some of the names for things are different. Like adamant seeds instead of armor seeds. I believe these became might and adamant in the future in general. The naming for things just kind of blurs together in my head. This, I think, was... This used to be Rumblefish, I think, and turned into Popfish. Anchovy, I've got nothing for you on. That might actually be new. We could buy shock traps, but let's just not do that yet. And this is a convenient thing, the fact that this guy sells Kelby horns. We won't be buying anything right now because we're broke, but we have a lot of things to get done here. He'll sell us gear. Not even gonna bother looking at it. Useless. Old man makes things. There's all of your weapon examples. Probably can't... Oh, no, we actually do have knowledge of a decent amount of decorations right now. Oh yeah, you can also upgrade things with stones already. Yeah. You can upgrade both your armor and your weapons using stones now. Instead of only being able to change them to new things. Standard shop, buy potions, buy tools. All your good stuff, all of your ammo, all of your info. I am going to buy a batch of pickaxes, because those are always useful. Don't worry about hot or cold drinks, because I don't think you go to anywhere where you need those for at least a couple hunts, and they'll probably supply them for us anyway. Yeah, over here's the farm. We'll be spending a good amount of time here, if I plan on keeping this game going. Which, he mentioned the comrade board, because I believe, based on my skimming, that the felines will work here if they're not assigned to do other things. Much like the buddy area in Rise, yet again. Basically, they'll have other functions available. Keep them busy. Right now, this farm is a little bit quaint and small, but that's how it be. You gotta build it up. Yeah, they're both just hanging out over here. More farm. Oh good, there's a mining point. Okay. It won't go into detail about any of the facilities until we have them, which makes sense. Mining point. Armor sphere. Acolyte. You'll notice that the borders on everything are different and the sound effects are slightly different too. Now I will say this is the HD version. I don't think there's too much difference other than obviously cleaned up visuals between the two. But the only one you can actually emulate, as far as I could find, was the HD version. And I believe that's also the only one people translated. But I don't have a guaranteed confirmation of that statement for any of you. It's the fishing spot. Wait, no, it just says hoist the net. I thought I was gonna have to actually fish. If I'm just pulling them up, I'll go ahead and grab fish then. Wet fish, sushi fish, Pintina. It was mostly the fact that I had to sit there and manually fish all the time at the Freedom Unite farm is why I never actually used it. I don't think I have anything to plant really at the moment. Yeah, see? He's like, the fuck you talking about? You got no seeds, dude. Go away. And I think we have no place to catch bugs yet, either. I believe that has to be added. And there's also a mushroom area that can be added and all of that. We'll keep the whetstone because, you know, whetstones are kind of helpful. Everything else we don't need. Need on hand. Your deal? Oh, right, you're the one who makes stuff for the cats. Is much like, again, later games, you can make scraps to make specific cat gear. In this case, like, make a funny hat for the cat. Oh, they didn't translate the descriptions for these, either. Well, that's inconvenient, but that's fine. I don't need the descriptions for those anyway. Which means this translation's less complete than I thought it was, which, again, is fine. Not gonna stress over it. Yeah, there we go. She has the village quests. Yeah, see, these at least have descriptions. Which is why I didn't actually know that there was missing information. because I only looked at the quest list when I tested this. We'll beat up some Jaggies. Off we go. Get our first look at our new territory here. I didn't even eat because, let's be real, take out a bunch of Jaggies, why would I need to eat? We also weren't directed to a place to eat down yet. All this stuff, I'm not gonna bother with the portable spit because I don't need it. That's where we deliver things. What's your deal? Oh, they take stuff back to town. Okay. Interesting that you have a means of actually getting items delivered back to town here. That is convenient, but slightly odd. Now, I'll be the first to say, my memory of using Switch Axe is shaky. And I also don't know exactly how it'll work in this one yet. There's gonna be a lot of, oh, look at him be stupid, for people to enjoy. Especially since I think the input is a little different here. His circle wasn't doing anything. So I think... might down a different input? Ooh, a gold Gargwa egg. May as well drop this off, since we're like a foot away from where it would be dropped off. Cats are over there having a great time beating up monsters. I'm gonna assume that the gold Gargwa egg will be worth a good amount of points. 500. Yeah, that's not bad. That'll get us a good start on the farm. There's sword mode, which we don't really want to be in right now. Rolls. Okay, no, circle is working. It just doesn't work together the way I thought it would immediately. Because I will say, I did start Wilds with Switch Axe, so my movement is going to be even more confused on that basis. Is obviously, the combos are not going to be as smooth in the early days compared to the future. That's just never going to be the case. But the little bit I tested of this a while back is actually the first time I ever used the Switch Axe. Because I saw, ooh, new weapon. I may as well give that a shot. Because, you know, always up for new things. The thing to remember is there are some attacks that I can't switch to the other attack in the middle of. Like you can later on. There we go. Now I'm starting to get the rhythm. I need to use the combined button attack in order to swap between those. Important notification. No, it isn't. But it's in my way anyway. There we go. I do wonder just how much they had looked at this one when they were designing things for Rise. It's like I said, they go in cycles with things a little bit. So I wonder if there's actually a connection there at all. I don't remember ever hearing there being a connection pointed out, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. that fussed about killing more Gargoyles right now. There's the Jaggies we need. And some Jaggies as well, bigger ones. These are the things that kind of took over for the Velociprey and things like that going forward. Getting a couple of these early will actually save us time later. If the little blighters will let me. Remind me, I'm just gonna carve your friend first. Then we'll deal with you. As you can see, the larger ones just kind of posture at you a lot, and they don't really do much. And you can tell already that small monsters actually last longer on the ground after they're killed compared to the previous game. Obviously, they still wear off, considering that one disappeared on me. But, you know. All things in time. I did leave that corpse laying there for a while, considering I was getting annoyed. Why does Lily have an exclamation point? Oh, attracting aggro, I see. They were over there being a menace. Just with a horn. They're doing a good job, though. They're actually keeping the enemies tangled up decently. My sharpness is destroyed, but I'm just gonna keep going anyway. Because honestly, I don't think I really need a sharp weapon to be dealing with this lot. Haven't even really bothered going into sword mode. Yep, there we go. I could immediately start using speed up, but we actually probably want to look around this area a little bit while the timer runs, see if there's anything to grab. Like this honey here. That's a big hive. Royal honey, huh? Don't know what that does for me. Might even be a point item. We'll find out. Mushrooms. Weary shroom, as I assume. Probably like the sleepy shrooms or such. We've done it. That's a good end screen. Monster bones, some more jaggy scales and hide. I might actually be able to do something with all that. We didn't get any metal. I am, as always, going to use speed up for the farm. Because we got places to be and people to see, you know? Now that we've experienced the farm a little bit. Not that there's as much to do on the farm yet anyway, admittedly. Tree doesn't do anything yet. I do have things to plant. I could plant herbs, but I see no reason to do so because we can just take care of that with money. And we will have money. This isn't early enough a generation for money to get too tight. Oh, there we go. Now he's got Not a willingness to do stuff. Yeah, he's teaching us about weapon upgrading. Be something out of what we killed. No, you need Mocholite for the bone axe, huh? Okay. Just gonna have a quick scan through what our options are. Could have made a sword and shield. There's immediately option for a long sword. Oh, the Buster Sword's already showing. Oh, neat. Put in the armor. Got a few options for armor, actually. Alteroth stomachs, monster fluid, ice crystals. The alloy stuff's already here because we did pick up a single piece of Mocholite to learn what that is. No Jaggy armor. Oh, right, his hunter gear is Jaggy armor in this one. That didn't get fully separated yet. It would give me some defense, but I have no need to worry about that yet. Let's just drop our stuff, go off and do another one. As soon as I remember the layout of this house. Okay, exhaustion. Right, because I think this is where exhaustion became more of a thing as well. Like, obviously monsters got exhausted before and would get hungry, but now exhaustion's a lot more apparent and a lot more of a necessary concept. Now, it still doesn't tell me what quests I need to do. And if I were a smarter man, I would have looked up this list ahead of time. But let me go grab the quest list right quick. Just enjoy the music for a second while I get my quest list out. Only take a moment. Longer because the wiki takes forever to load. Chrome, please. There we go. Okay, so Jaggy and Bullfango are key quests, and the Royal Honey is a key quest. Oh wow, they actually jump up a decent bit with what we have to hunt. Yeah, okay. So I basically had the right idea looking at these three. Let's go bully the Bullfangos, and then we'll go do the Royal Honey job. And then we'll have our first real monster. Kind of funny to think how long some of these monsters have been around. I'm willing to bet most people probably hadn't really seen Arzuros until they saw it in Rise, because I think actually, since me playing Rise was before I really dug into going and looking around at all of the games, I think that was actually my first time encountering him. Because, like, even now, Freedom Unite is the one I spent the longest time on. And I just kind of skipped into most of the rest. With things like For You and Try Ultimate being things I've only just recently actually even started doing anything with. Try I had played when I was younger a bit, but not in any real amount. Because for a good long while, I kind of went back and forth with this series, actually. Between, oh yeah, I want to keep playing more Monster Hunter, and I'm kind of done with this idea. Like, around when World came out, I think, was one of the periods where I was kind of a bit more on Monster Hunter in general. And as much as people swear by World, it really didn't do it for me that much at the time. I've come around on it again since then a little bit. But it did feel a little bit padded. For lack of a better way of putting it. But bear in mind, of course, you know, that's on a basis of comparison to really old Monster Hunter like Freedom Unite, having been my primary previous interaction with the series. So obviously the feel is going to be wildly different. Like, I think this game has a lot of the same feel as far as some of the ideas go. Like, you can see this is where the beginnings of a lot of the framework for newer Monster Hunter kind of comes from. As they figured out more and more of what they wanted things to look like and how they wanted things to work. Because it is pretty different from Freedom Unite in a fair few ways, while also still being the same basic idea. At the end of the day, of course, it's still Monster Hunter. So don't expect this to be something that'll change your mind about Monster Hunter. Or if you don't care for the series to begin with. These things aren't required for my quest. I don't know why I'm chasing them. Aside from, you know, more parts, more better. Is there really not a mining point in here? Part of what? There it is. Just on this arbitrary rock by itself. Oh yeah, I skipped over the information for it, but you can actually upgrade the hot spring as well. If that's something you would be so inclined to do. There's quests to make that better out there. I don't know what benefits it has. It might actually be a replacement for the canteen in this game. Which would make sense because I didn't see food quests mentioned. So food quests weren't really a thing till later either. You get lots of passive benefits from various quests later on in the series. But even earlier on, there are thresholds you have to hit to trigger certain things to be an option as well. So I suppose it kind of stays a concept throughout the whole series if you think about it certain ways. I don't know. It's hard to nail down things like that, even when we're doing a step-by-step retrospective like we're doing here, without having it all much more fresh in mind. If I was going to do this much more effectively than I am right now, what I would have done would have been to spend a few hours playing World and Rise, and of course, dipping my toe some more into Wilds, which I did pick up. In case you missed the memo on the Blue Sky posts about that, I did end up giving into Temptation, and I did buy Wilds. It's fun enough. There's nothing wrong with it so far, aside from it's a little padded out in the beginning as far as plot goes, but that's kind of just where the series has gone. So, nothing really shocking there. The main reason I'm not streaming it is just simply the fact that it runs just shaky enough that I don't think I could present it in a way I'd be happy with. So that's just going to be kind of set to the side. Maybe I'll have another hardware upgrade by the time I get to it in timeline. Or they'll have fixed it a bit, because the people that are saying that it's got performance issues as far as them not optimizing goes, kind of right. The way people are referring to it is egregious, but that's the internet. The internet is very good at egregious response to things. Find another Bullfango, because I think I only needed, right? Yeah, just 3. Which is really just nothing, if you think about it. 3 Bullfangos is absolutely not even a concept. I guess if we cycle back into this room over here, we'll probably find another one. If not here, all the way back around to the bottom corner. Oh no, this was where Gargos were. Remember, I don't know these maps yet, so... There's gonna be a lot of... Oh, that'll be here. No, it won't. Turns out I should have brought a bug net with me, though, because this area's got a lot of bugs. Oh well. We'll eventually get everything sorted out and caught up. Worst case, I'll be under-geared for the fights I do, and... Oh no, what a tragedy, I actually have to try. You know? It's not really a big deal. We're still in low rank, so it's fine. This is kind of past the era where it's very, very dangerous to be underprepared. As far as I know. I don't actually know the difficulty curve on this one, for obvious reasons. But I'm curious to find out. Just watching the bitrate as I do a lot. It's interesting to see it's even spiking doing something as simple as this, which is fascinating in a somewhat frustrating manner. Ooh, an unknown skull already. I must have raised the drop rates on the game. I don't remember those being a nightmare to get. I think they were something like a 5% drop or something like that before. Then again, we got one early on in Freedom Unite too. And that's where the drop rate was still low. Maybe we're just lucky. Especially since I don't think I need it, so it's not really something that matters. Is there like an area I didn't go to or something? This dark green area in the middle here will have the Bullfango I seek. I'd rather go kill it before I get really low on stamina. Then it'll start getting embarrassing and having to kill it. There it is. Because, you know, we'll be going turbo slow mode to catch it. Oh no, I have been inconvenienced. Might as well show sword mode off. If I can get a grip on him. You notice attacks are a lot faster, but it drains that meter up there is basically the shtick for Switch Axe. That's where the switch part of Switch Axe comes in, of course. You seamlessly switch between sword mode and axe mode. Sword mode will be affected by the files that the weapon has, like in this case it's power files. But you can actually get like status effect ones and such. So again, I would be the first to say that I'm not an expert with the Switch Axe. So my knowledge is just very... Oh yeah, this is what I've done with it, so this is what I know about it so far. So as such, anybody that actually knows what they're talking about will more than likely correct anything I'm saying. As they should. Didn't even think to look at fallen logs and such like this. Not even sure how much we actually will need the Yakumo wood. But we have it. Oh good, more Machite. Always gonna need more of that. Same with the iron ore. Cats are out here doing a good job. We're already earning a decent amount of points. Definitely can tell this ain't Freedom Unite, where points are super scarce. You get a second field row, black bug perfume. Mushroom log might not be a bad idea. But yeah, you can also get a 10 food barbecue spit, which is pretty funny. Let's get the bug perfume though, because I feel like since I didn't bring a bug net out with me, that's going to be the most important thing for us right now. Now the question becomes, where does that get used? I presume over by the smoky thing over there, which is why just kind of circling left to right. So we grab the fish while we're at it. Otherwise, I will forget. There we go. Very good. We're starting to get bitter bugs and things. Which we will need. I'm sure they're needed for crafting just like they've always been. I still remember when I first learned about that as a concept, back when I first played Freedom Unite, and I was like, oh, why the hell do I need bug parts to make a sword? This doesn't make sense. I was genuinely actually annoyed about that at the time. At this point, it's just like, video games. Not bothered about it anymore. But it's just one of those, you just have that moment of pure incredulity when you're confronted with something like that. It's just like, but why? Why is this a concept? You know, it'd just be what it'd be. Still can't make the bone axe. Oh, right, because I didn't get any monster fluid. The fact that this is waiting behind monster fluid is unfortunate. Oh, right, I've got an old Yokumo switch axe. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade that to a real one. Okay, we can make... That's why. It was behind upgrade, not behind making something. 0-0 switch axe, Yakumo switch axe plus. But this goes in a decent amount of directions immediately. This gets an exhaust file. Okay. Interesting that's made out of Bullfango bits. Looks more like a hammer than it does an axe, if I'm honest. Unless you flip it around to the other end and use it like a war pick, that could work too. Might wait for like your Zeros or the plus though. No, I need warm pelts for that though, and I'm not 100% sure where I'm gonna find this. Oh, one problem at a time. We still didn't get any gems, so we can't make any decorations, nor do we have any real reason to be making them yet. It may not be a bad idea to get some armor. Is if we put on some armor, we can actually make sure we can take a hit from the first real monster we'll be dealing with. Though we aren't going to that fight yet anyway. We have the honey quest to do first. The kicker to that being, of course, the honey quest isn't going to get us new parts for armor anyway. So we'll get a little bit of armor on. A little bit of safety, you know? No sense being overly reckless when I don't have any way to block attacks or anything yet. Or, well, at all, really, considering I'm going to be using the switch axe for a good long while here. We'll grab a full set of actual potions. Again, won't need them on the honey run we're about to do, but we'll need it for the urgent. Well, need is a strong word. I don't know if we'll actually need it for the urgent, but it would be a good idea for the urgent. Let's just say it's fitting that we're going on a honey run before the urgent happens. And that should tell you, if you've been paying attention, exactly what we'll be up against next. Before we go on to the next tier, which is probably going to be actual hunts. Oh, there we go, warm pelts. Right, Kelbies are warm pelts. I'm still so used to Kelby hide being a concept that I didn't even think about them for that. I was thinking I had to go up to, like, a mountain area. Which I guess we are in a mountain area, technically, if you think about it. Considering, you know, our surroundings. It's kind of like a wooded mountain instead of a cold mountain. I'll never get tired of making Kelbies do backflips. I feel a little bad destroying them, but when you make it as goofy as it does a full backflip when it dies, it's kind of hard to make me feel bad about that. Maybe that just means I'm a horrible person, which, good news, I knew that already. It's just one of those things, you know? Pay no mind to the very awkward-looking Gargwas in the background. I say as I focus the camera on them, but shh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. I think I'll actually turn around and see if those Kelbies respawn. Because if they do, which one of them did, you can see about grabbing a little bit more warm pelt. So I get the distinct feeling that I'm not going to get enough for what I was intending to do. Oh, wait. You think you're safe on top of your hill. Joke's on you. I can walk uphill. There's no escape. Well, unless you go into the area transition. God damn it. Well, that one escaped me in death. I need to remember that Lily is a lazy cat. She's just kind of hanging out. You know, ordinarily I'd be happy about all these Kelby horns I'm getting. Right now, they're not exactly what I'm looking for, which is exactly why they're what I'm getting. I don't really need the jaggy bits at the moment. To find places where there's honey. Which isn't going to be up here. It's interesting, though, there was only the one honey spawn we found in this place, and yet this is where the honey quest is? And then again, I don't think we could go here when we were here before. This is where the cats live. Oh wow, we can climb this rickety mess, huh? Oh good, this bamboo shoot is harvestable. As we'll grab that then. Oh, speaking of harvestability and things... Ooh, a super sprout. I don't know what that does. What was I gonna say before I got sidetracked on that thought? Oh yeah. As far as tomorrow's Minecraft goes, I did do a little bit of preparation. Nothing major. I just made a couple more tools and added a little bit more to the tower. You didn't miss anything. More or less is the point on that one. In case anyone was keeping track of things for that series, that's where that's at. Though we're gonna be down a couple people tomorrow. So, it may very well end up being another chill day where I'm mostly off doing my own thing. So we're probably gonna get a lot done. It just may not be the most exciting adventure anybody could have asked for. That all depends on what you watch that series for anyway. Much like with anything I do, really. Am I really gonna get all the royal honey I need here? Oh yeah, these are the Altaroths, by the way. If you wait for them to fill up, you can get stuff from them. These show up again later in the series. That's why I kind of know what they do. Oh, they also just give honey. There's the monster fluid. Can I get one more? Now we got a fine stomach, though, which I'm going to assume is points. Since regular Altaroth stomach was what I saw listed for making things. That would be the logical outcome. And I think... Yeah, I need 5 royal honey, and I think I only got 4. Okay, it's an account item. Yeah, I got 4, not 5. So I need to find one more place where there's honey. Yes, yes. Brr, 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 brr. I think there was honey here. I think that was like the only thing we got here. Or not. Who's that piece of wood that I was getting Yokumo wood from, too? Already forgotten. The room coming up was where we went, knocked around a bunch of Kelbies, so let's go this way in the hopes of finding what I'm looking for. That is, of course, if we find it at all. Which it has to be somewhere. Oh! Apparently, there's a cutscene for this spot. The elusive honey pile. Oh, am I gonna... Yep. Hey, buddy. Guess I was right to make some armor ahead of time, huh? For those wondering, no, I didn't know Urzuros was gonna show up here. Even though it does make sense if you're hunting honey for Urzuros not to be far off. Is like the bears he's based on. He loves his honey. This is gonna be our first real fight, and I'm just gonna say this now. It's funny that we're fighting him right now, because he's our urgent quest as well. So we can actually double up on our Urzuros parts. As long as I play this relatively smart, and don't get too greedy, we can probably take him. Unlike the Tigrex that shows up early on in Freedom Unite, and you're like, yeah, no, I ain't gonna be able to take him. Because he just shreds your ass immediately. Not gonna be able to get enough charge, yeah. Yeah, it's a little upsetting that y'all are having a whole moment here with the Altaroths, which are now upset at me. Oh, there goes my sharpness. Oh yeah, I do have rations, so my stamina problem isn't going to be that big a problem. Let's hop up here for a little bit of extra security against the angry bear. Not that he won't be able to hit me off of here, probably, but he'll have a harder time. Can't jump attack yet. Get back here, Yogi. Okay, never mind. Third Ranger Smith calling. Oh, there's the last royal honey we need. I am gonna chase him down and try to take him out, though. Why wouldn't I take 3 parts, basically? We have all the royal honey we need and then some. So if it goes sideways, I can always just turn in the royal honey and bail. Kumo wood we can grab here too. We know which way he went. He just went right through that door over there. We don't have paint yet, which is mildly inconvenient to me. Because I didn't make any paintballs. I don't think they provided any for this quest, because you're not supposed to be hunting this thing during this quest.
Hello there.
Hello, Hoitzy. Hope you're doing well. Do let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. I kind of just guessed the best I could on that one. Oh, the Orzeros must have ran further off. Yeah, it's funny how they kind of blend together a little bit. Ah, excellent. Stylistically, Monster Hunter didn't really change very much throughout a lot of its existence. A lot of the technology just kind of improved for them to make it look better from there. And this is the HD version, which of course looks damn good for a PSP game. Yeah, exactly. That's why I've been sitting here going through every single game when and I have the feel for it. And of course, ads choose the worst time to interrupt the line of thought. No, don't do that yet. Wrong direction. Bad habit developed from the little bit of Wilds I've played. With the whole focus mode. Oh, okay, good. But yeah, since I've been doing a long-running Freedom Unite collab, it's been great seeing how people react to that game that are more used to later stuff. Because at its core, it's still the same thing. It's just missing a few pieces compared to later on. And it's, of course, nowhere near as streamlined. That's the one credit I will consistently give the newer stuff, is it is cleaned up a lot in terms of pacing, aside from the cutscening that they insist on doing, though there's a decent amount even back at this point. They're just shorter. And the more I play a variety of these, the more I actually don't entirely agree with the statement of these games got easier. They get easier in some ways, absolutely, but it actually stays relatively constant if you really think about it. It just trims out some of the maybe not ideal methods for difficulty to be created. Like, the hitboxes get cleaner, the progression gets smoother. And on that score, yes, it is easier. but in exchange, patterns in some cases get nastier and things like that. So it kind of works itself out a little bit, kind of doesn't, depending on how particular you want to be. Like, in many ways, the first two games will probably remain, like, the hardest things out there, unless you really are used to them, because the progression is just nasty by comparison later on. And of course, it's all in what you're used to, too. Like, as one who started with Freedom Unite and a lot of the earlier stuff, this kind of just comes naturally to me. So I may not be the one really to make comparisons. Because obviously coming from great flexibility of movement down to what these games offer you may be a very jarring change. So the adapting would take longer to happen. And, you know, the greater interference of small monsters is definitely a thing in the earlier generations a lot more. There we go. Our Zuros disposed of, so that's a pretty good sign for our Urgent that's coming up, considering that's what we're supposed to kill next. Still feels weird to me having this monster show up as a surprise and just take it out. But this is why I made the little bit of armor I did. I'm pretty sure with flat ones across the board, the couple hits I did take probably would have carded us. Because he definitely is no slouch for damage. Of course, there's an important question, Hoitzy. How much of Monster Hunter have you actually played? Like, I know I saw you mention GU earlier, and I know I've seen you post about a couple of the other ones, but I don't remember exactly how much of the series you played. I did grab all the supplies. Not that we need them anymore, because we're done. Okay, the extra Royal Honeys are actually real good for points, too. Very good. Go ahead and just speed up past the waiting bit there, since we're just in the base camp anyway. Okay. So you're primarily a more recent player, then? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I did the main story progression for World myself, because World was one of the ones out of the ones I did actually play that I played the least. I got up to Sunbreak and Rise, and then I kind of fell off because I was doing other things. I've now gone to G rank in Freedom Unite twice because of doing the series with Azzy and Vale. Technically, I've already gotten rid of Eurozuro's problem, lady. But I guess I could get rid of a second Azuros. I have intentions of doing Tri-Ultimate with them if they're up for it. I've, of course, played... I started with Monster Hunter 1, like the original PS2 game. And I almost didn't play the series because of that game. Because it gets off to a real rough start. Freedom Unite's not that bad. It really isn't that hard. It seems scary, but the progression in it's actually pretty smooth for the most part. You just have to understand the signals the game's giving you, like, for example, what I was talking about before with when that Tigrex shows up in a regular just gather meat or something quest. Maybe take the hint when the game yells at you, run away. Because people get destroyed by that and are like, this game is really hard. That's because you're not supposed to be fighting that thing right then and there. Like, as long as you just pay attention to what the game wants you to do and actually prepare, game's not that hard at all. Is it stiff? Comparatively, yes. It is a little rough and a little stumpy in places. You're gonna have an adaptation there, but I believe GU kind of controls similar enough to the older Monster Hunters that you really don't have too much of an adaptation to worry about there. I don't think I can really do anything with Yorzouros bits yet. No, because I need other parts that I don't have. One of the biggest things to remember with this game and with Freedom Unite in particular is this farm over here is very important. If you don't maintain your farm, you're not gonna have a good time because you're gonna have to do a lot of extra grinding. Because this is kind of how these earlier games balance out the fact that materials are a bit more of a pain, is the fact that they provide you a means of just getting them, because you just stop off here every time you finish a hunt. And then you're fed all kinds of resources. Nope, GU is unique in that. GU is the only one that actually has those arts, aside from Frontier. Frontier has something similar in that it has styles as well. They're different. Basically, the closest other thing you would run into is like the silk bind options and such in Rise is about the closest the series comes to having styles ever again, as far as I know. Which really sucks. I like the idea of styles. And I don't really know why they don't do more with that, aside from it is extra dev work, which that's fair. Now, I will say, multiple weapons movesets do change over time. Mostly they lose some of the more complicated moves they gain later on. Like, Greatsword in particular gains a lot of extra moves as the generations go on. Things like slapping with the flat of the greatsword and things like that don't exist until later on, and I'm not actually entirely sure where those moves got added in. I don't remember offhand. The main things greatsword can do right now, just to use that as the example, is charge, vertical swing, horizontal swing, guard, and I think that's it. I think that's actually it. Oh yeah, and swing from ground up. And like Gunlance, as another example, doesn't have the like launching itself around nonsense that it gains later. You're very slow and stompy. I can't buy paint bombs. I don't think I'm gonna need to make them. Which that's another thing, is you end up having to craft a lot of things early, especially early on in these, because they just don't provide you that much in the shops. It kind of puts the emphasis on being prepared. And of course, paintballs are a concept that don't exist anymore at all, but this is how you track monsters, is you throw paint on them so you can find them. As to entirely how or why that works, I don't know if that ever actually really gets fully explained. I just typically assume that the observers up in the balloons that you can wave at, and they'll tell you where things are, just kind of keep track of the monster for you. It might? I think there is a tracking thing you can do similar to that. I've not needed it yet because nothing has lived long enough for me to need to chase it to that degree. So I don't think I've paid attention to that, but I've also only played like an hour or two of Wilds, not counting cutscenes. The thing is, you can stay right on top of the monster with the Sacred the entire time, so it's like, congratulations, you're running to nowhere because I'm just right here next to you, blinking at you with random objects the whole time. It's much the same thing I pointed out with Rise, where it's like, sure, you know where the monster's going, but you can just kind of ride along next to it with the dogs, so it's not getting away from you. Monsters can't outrun you. It just gets kind of silly. In the earlier games, they at least have a prayer because you're stuck on foot. And, you know, some of them can fly. So, as I've shown multiple times, if you know where something's going, even in Freedom Unite, you can outrun a flying monster on foot because you can take a shortcut. And it just gets real silly because you're just waiting for it when it lands. It's like, this didn't accomplish anything, did it? You went up, all the way over there, came down, and I'm just here already. Which there's also a greater emphasis on actually gathering material in general in earlier generations compared to World Rise and probably even Wilds. I haven't felt that one out enough to be like, yeah, that one too, definitely. Because at least with Wilds, you can kind of just like grapple so many things as you're riding along and you don't even have to stop for them. Aside from mining points, which you have to kind of at least stop and whack at that with your pickaxe, which somehow breaks the entire rock in one swing, but just don't question it. It's not worth thinking too hard about. Yeah, it is much more convenient, even if it sometimes takes me out of things a little bit, because I'm like, how does this even work? But that's when the kickback of, like, just don't think about it too hard. Just don't worry about it. Comes back in. Oh, yeah. The maps especially are huge because you just have so little awareness of what's around you if you don't have a map. Like, my group's been learning that the hard way in high and G rank in Freedom Unite because you don't get supplies anymore, so you have to know where you're going from having played earlier in order to know where you're going. So it usually turns into, okay guys, we're going this way to go that way to go that way because I remember the map. Paintball. And of course, skills like Psychic Vision and such kind of remove the need for paintballs if you go for things like that, because you'll always know where the monster is. But that does mean you're using up an armor skill that could otherwise be used for something that will make you stronger, make you live longer, etc. Hack. So it's all trade-offs, and you can also get cat skills that'll give you occasional clairvoyance. Yeah. Yeah, Psychic Vision is specifically the name back in this era. I believe it stays Psychic Vision all throughout the series, but I can't guarantee that one. Because they do like to change skill names around from time to time. Specifically, higher ranks of Psychic Vision will actually tell you when monsters are sleeping, too. Which, again, kind of makes irrelevant somewhat the complaint about the monsters being on the map that people had about later games, too. Because, like, we had that ability the entire time. You just had to at least put in a skill for it before. Keep forgetting that he can do a full rotate there. Now, admittedly, it does take investing 10 points into Psychic Vision to gain the benefits of it to begin with. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with flexibility and movement. Because it really is a nice convenience to be able to move and sharpen, because of how long sharpening takes. But the argument that's made by people a lot in that it's kind of designed so you can be punished for sharpening in front of the monster does make sense. It means you have to actually pay attention to openings and such in order to have opportunities to sharpen. It really depends on what you're looking for out of the game, too. Because you could always do like I do and just sharpen on the ground, even in Rise, just to flex on the monster because it's funnier that way. While he's occupied over there, I'll just go ahead and sharpen up. Yeah, exactly. That's the right way to look at it, is they're useful tools, but learn not to need them. I'm all for having convenience tools for everyone. Is honestly, a game that's more accessible and more fair to the player is great. People can always make a game harder on their own. Because no one ever said you had to use the tools the game gave you. And yeah, that's another thing, is the only people I've ever found that complain about the lack of health bars are people that never learned to pay attention to any cues. Is there, to be fair, people are trained to look for health bars and such now. Not even necessarily now, but in general, really. So when it's not there, I see why people would be upset about not having it. But all I have to do is actually spend some time with the system and start to learn. Exactly. Is like, even with Arzuros in particular, for example, some of the slower charges, he stumbles when he charges, little things like that all tell you what condition he's in as you're going. And those exist even back in the first two games. They get clearer over time, but those cues have been there forever. And they have made them so much clearer that I do not understand the complaints about I don't know what condition the monster's in. Exactly. And let's not forget that the part breaks are an obvious sign too. As parts are breaking, gee, I wonder, have I been hurting the monster if pieces are falling off of it? Like, I love to point that one out to people, like, what do you think's happening if you're breaking pieces off of it? Like, I do accept the fact that sometimes monsters die somewhat suddenly, but that's also realistic if you think about it. Sometimes things just die because they've been worn down enough. Like, it's Monster Hunter, not just Monster Killer. It's indicative of the hunt itself, the condition of the monster. That sentence didn't quite land the way I wanted it to, but I think the point was made regardless. Every now and then, Brain just kind of gives up on a sentence. It is worth noting that I was up till like 3 or so in the morning last night because I just was making poor life choices. I can't even say like, oh, I was doing something important. No, I just got distracted and missed what time it was. So that threw my whole process for today off a little bit. Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things that happens. There we go. Sharpness is ruined again, but that's fine. He's gonna be busy chasing the cats around. Which, that's another thing. If you're having a lot of trouble, especially in the earlier games, just bring your cats along. Make sure to get a good cat and make sure it's with you, and you'll have a much easier time. Because it's meant to be near equivalent to having another player around, at least in terms of distracting the monster. Their damage output's obviously not going to be player level, but the whole point is it gives the monster something else to focus on other than you. And it can be a good teaching tool, actually, for how a monster will behave in multiplayer, to have a distraction there. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not as incredibly powerful as they are later in the series, where they have, like, heals that they can do quickly and pretty constantly and all of that. So they can get healing flutes, which do a pretty good job, even in the earliest existences of them. Like right now, these cats have no skills to them, so their whole purpose is attack monster and do the best they can. These two in particular are AI prioritized to fighting small monsters to try to keep them off of me while I fight the big monster. Or in Lily's case, just kind of hang out while everybody's doing all the work. And occasionally get slapped because she's not paying attention. Because they do have personalities, and Lily's is unfortunately a little bit lazier. There we go. That's an example of knowing the monster patterns. Since I knew what range it was going to stop at, I could just flex in front of it with the potion. I'm just a little off on my timing right now, though. And that's what makes the flex after drinking a potion so much fun, though, is because once you reach that point, you can do dumb nonsense like that and just mess with the monster. And he did. Used more potions than I would like, but that's what happens when you haven't fought an Arzuros in a good long while. Other than the one I just killed, but that's neither here nor there, because that one, I think, wasn't trying as hard? It might have been like a weaker one that they sent out for that, just so people didn't get bodied and get upset. That's 2 Arzuros under our belt. It's interesting to see how little his design changed, too. Like, his model is near identical, aside from more detail in the future. And his attack set is basically the same, except it seems like he doesn't have that attack where he backs up at you in this one. At least he hasn't chosen to use it. And that's the thing I kind of like about Monster Hunter, is a lot of the designs, once they make a monster, they don't change them that much. Because they understand that they hit it right the first time. A couple do get changed because, like, there's obvious things that are just not good with them, so it's like, okay, let's try to make this better. But you don't have to fix what ain't broke. Yeah, exactly. The big ol' ass slam. Good parts. More Yakumo points. I'm gonna keep getting tripped up by the fact that Circle is confirmed, because this is a translated game. Is this one and Monster Hunter Dose, we never got in English. They never got moved over. There's some of the few ones we didn't get. Ah, there we go. Now we have High Bug Perfume because we got an urgent done. Because that's what's gonna open up all of these question marks. Yeah, that's why this one is not talked about that much, even in addition to the fact that it's a PSP game to begin with, and the fact that it's old, is that it took a fan translation for this to even be playable by people that can't read Japanese. And said fan translation is still not complete. Yeah, it really is a shame. There's so much good stuff on the PSP. But it also makes sense that it kind of ended up the way it did because Sony is the way Sony is. Okay, I need Beolite ore for the Arzuros axe. I don't know where I get Beolite ore. That's upsetting. Oh, there's Viking mail, too. Oh, I got one armored beakfish. That's why I know how to make that now. It's always fascinating figuring out, like, okay, why do I know that this item exists? Because as soon as you get one part of a recipe, you'll gain access to the whole recipe. For the most part. So now and then it's just like, what? Why is this here? Which, to me, that's part of the fun. Is being surprised by weapons and armor and such showing up. It needs Beolite ore to make it this way as well, and it would need more Arzuros braces, so not going that route. Still didn't get any gems, so I can't make decorations yet. Just start explaining that. It's also always interesting seeing what game a monster came from. Because I've actually been surprised a couple times, even though I've got pretty good knowledge, just how early some monsters came into the series. Like Zenogre's in this game, for example, as well. Something that has become quite the series staple. I'm like 80% sure started in this game. But nobody knows that because nobody's seen this one. Yeah. Big Stompy Thunderboy. With his army of bug friends. He's actually, like, in the intro cutscene of this game. And that's also the one you see in the middle of the mosaic for the load screens. Did actually get our first decoration gem, so go ahead and talk about decorations. Yeah, see, there he is on the right in the middle there. I know those load screens don't last long, so it's not easy to see them. Let's see. Yeah, there's really, like, nothing I can do with this still, but they exist. Yeah, basically, the original decoration system worked purely on how many slots your armor had, and as you can see, they don't give a lot of points each. This also predates, like, talismans and such, I do believe. Unless talismans start in this game, which I'm not 100% sure on. But this is basically the only way you get skills other than the armor itself, is adjusting your decorations on the armor to suit. Which these can thankfully just be put in and taken out at will, pretty much. As long as you go to the blacksmith and get them moved in and out. But if you take a look, you'll realize pretty quickly that a lot of these armors don't have a ton of slots in them. Until, like, high in G rank, you're not going to see too many armors with 2 or 3 slots. And some of the better gems take 2 slots to begin with. So that gets complicated. But technically, if you really want to, for like something like Psychic Vision, you could actually just get a set of decorations and just move that to every armor set you make. So you always have Psychic Vision. And now we have our Tier 2 quests, which take us to the Sandy Plains and the Flooded Forest, looks like. What do we got in here? Arzuros, which we took out, Bulldrome, Jagias, Great Jaggy, regular Jaggies, another Arzuros, 5 Ludroth, 5 Penragi, No, they're still really softballing it for us at the moment, which is not surprising. They do softball the quests a little bit. What out of this list is the required quests? Bulldrum is required. Great Jaggy is required, and the Ludroth and the Ragi are all required. Okay, that's not bad at all. Let's go ahead and beat up the Ragis for variety. Then we'll go deal with the Bulldrum. I should actually be able to get something useful out of the Ragis. Look, it's the same map we were at before, but it's at night. Ooh. Except I think we've seen this place at night before. Oh wait, no, this is the other map. It just looks the same with the screens they chose to use for it. Yeah, they're providing antidotes here because Ragis spit poison. Yeah, there we go. This is the other map. Okay. This guy right here will take stuff back to the town for you if you have too many things. Which is a rare idea. I don't think I've actually seen much in the way of that happening in any other one of these. There's the Ragi boys. They may not look like their picture yet, but that's because they got like a thing that flares out on the sides. Or in this case, they just kind of stand there and get bullied. Is, you know, they're your basic small monsters. They're not really a threat unless there's something to distract you from them. So they can jump you while you're fighting something else. This guy's just chilling in the river. And unfortunately for him, I need his parts, so he's gonna die in this river. I didn't feel like moving. Oh, still alive. There we go. Yeah, I will always be happy to take people through older Monster Hunter. Or at any point, if people are real interested in doing so at any time. As long as people understand that unless you're only dipping in for like a day or so, you're probably going to be at it for a good long while. And obviously, I don't know everything, but I will always teach what I know. Oh, this must be the honey spots for here, but that definitely looks like a beehive. Yeah. And I will also point out that, especially for these PSP-era Monster Hunters, a fast-forward button is your friend. Because there are certain aspects of the grind that you're just better off fast-forwarding. Like running around the farm after a certain point. You know, this seems like a bad idea. But why not? Shortcut! The fact that these hunters are just, like, immune to fall damage from no matter what height remains an absurdity that I'm just really here for, honestly. Dead. Just grabbing a sample of this thing, because I don't remember what Slagtoths are for. I know their oil shows up in a couple things. Because I think, like, I don't think it's Ragi armor, I think it's one of the other armors, like Ludroth or something, that needs some Slagtoth with oil to make it work. Kelbies. An interesting change that I'll always point out is that in some earlier games, Kelbies die. In later games, they get knocked unconscious. Sounds good. Enjoy your lunch. I appreciate you hanging out. I'll still be here yammering away about Monster Hunter. Hit. Right here. Oh, there's an Ozuros here. Do I want to kill another Ozuros right now? That's an old one, but a good one. That is actually a soundbite I made at the request of a friend of mine because I would make that at noise whenever I was just making fun of something. It's like, you know what? How about we turn that back towards you, though? It's like, well, you know, you're right. And it's definitely going to get used. And lo and behold, here we are years later with it still showing up from time to time. Remember, Mr. Bear, you started this fight. I was just minding my own business clearing out your competition. You chose to come fight me. One thing as far as like health bars and damage and such go that I will give the new games credit for is the existence of damage numbers is nice. So you can tell when things are actually effective and you start getting a better idea of where weak points are without having to A, sit there and guesswork it out or look it up. Because good feedback is useful. But I do think people start to rely on that information a little too much too. Ah, yes. That's another important thing, the dive. The dive has way more iframes than rolling does. So if you're ever in real danger, just sprint and dive and hope for the best. It will more than likely save your life. Now, I will say, I am very much a case of do as I say, not as I do, as far as Monster Hunter goes. I will give all the correct advice, and then fuck around and find out, more often than not. That comes back to what I was talking about before, about you make your own difficulty. There we go. Now I'm starting to get my mojo a little bit. I may change it up here in a moment. See if any of the other weapons have actually changed much in this game. Any of the ones I would actually be able to tell the difference on. Because I believe from when I tested this that there is actually like a slight change to Gun Lance, for example. I believe this might be the era when they first started gaining the ability to shoot and reload. All in the same motion. Rather than having to do a full reload every time. But I may also be mixing that up with one of the other games. Because as a case of full disclosure for anybody that hasn't been keeping up with things, I have been testing Tri-Ultimate and 4 Ultimate in particular to make sure that the setup for those works well. Where did he run off to? I've already forgotten. I didn't bother paintballing him because he wasn't my target. He did not go this way, but I have targets in here. If I happen to run into him again, I'll finish the job. But as it stands, he is not mission critical. So it does feel a little bad leaving him tore up out in the woods, but he's not tore up that bad. He'll get over it. He'll have some neat scars to try to attract mates with now. That was overkill for those two, but I just wanted them gone before they caused me issues. Oh yeah, and this generation is absolutely where you'll find that every Monster Hunter who played this generation hates Bullfangos. Because they are just a menace. They're a blight on the landscape because they will just ram you out of everything. They go, hey, I see that you're doing something, and I've taken exception to this. Wham! One of my personal favorites is in the snowy mountains of, like, Freedom Unite, or... Those mountains also exist in a couple of the other ones, but particularly in Freedom Unite, where there's usually a Bullfango that sits at the top of one of the mountains and just smacks you off if you end up there at the wrong time. And you have to just climb the whole mountain again because of him. There we go, triple synchronize his death. Gets us some more Ludroth parts. So that's what these are, by the way, is regular Ludroth. So we'll find out ahead of time how worthwhile these are to kill. Not that we have a choice, because it's a key quest to kill those later anyway. Just imagine if you could retroactively trigger those quests by just doing the thing ahead of time. I gotta climb this to get out of here. And people will, like, point out things like World and such for having very complex maps. And yes, they do get more complex as the series goes on. But the more I think about it, the more they're not actually as complicated as people want to lead you to believe, by comparison to the older ones. They just get compacted on themselves a bit more, and in some ways get more confusing, rather than necessarily being more complicated. Because there's a lot more verticality instead of them all being laid out horizontally, if that makes sense. Kind of the blessing and curse to the fact that you don't have to render everything out as separate zones. How Roggy do I need? Wrong button. 3 more, okay. Make that 1 more. Lily is distracting the Ludroth until I pointed that out. Oh yeah, this is also where Water Blight starts being a thing. Because water didn't have a status effect initially. It just kind of existed. In fact, a lot of elements just kind of existed. Elements really started becoming more and more of a thing again as the series went on. As to exactly why those changes happened, well, you'd have to ask them that one. Presumably in order to keep making the game more complicated and more unique and more interesting. Things along those lines. But admittedly, I don't know if I entirely like the whole pile of blights. Water Blight, Thunder Blight, etc., etc. But again, that may just be old man yelling at clouds because things changed. Oh, there's the Arzuros again. Need to sharpen to fight him, though. Might end poorly, but he's just kind of slow walking his way over. Yep, I had a bad feeling about that one. But I did it anyway, because I thought it would be funny. I did say I was going to kill you if I found you again. So here we go again. One of the other quests we have to do actually has something funny that I saw because I was scrolling through to see what was key and what wasn't. So I'm looking forward to that coming up. But I'm gonna keep it under my hat what that was. Because it wouldn't be very funny if it wasn't a surprise. Oh, god damn you. This is a perfect example of why Bofangos are disliked by a large portion of the community. Because they're just in the way all the time. Other small monsters are obviously in the way too, but they are like some of the biggest offenders as far as interrupting attacks goes. Because they come charging from across the ages to fuck your shit up. And to me personally, they annoy me more because a lot of the time they're also just not even useful for anything. They just are annoying, and then you kill them, and you get nothing of value. Because a lot of what I usually use doesn't use Bofango pelts at all or anything. It's like, okay, good, you've died for nothing. Congratulations. On a completely different note, though, there's very few things as satisfying as a well-timed stagger, or to counter an attack. Considering all the blocking and countering, for the most part, really doesn't exist yet. They didn't give most of the weapons a counter move until much later. Your counter move is, hey, be good at timing and actually know what your stagger thresholds look like. So it kind of becomes more of a knowledge check than a, oh hey, do you know what this button combination is? Which I suppose technically is a knowledge check too, but a much less significant one. There's the claws breaking off. I was greedy. And he's dead. It is interesting how kind of fragile Arzuros almost feels. But, and the counterpoint to that is, Switch Axe was added in this game. So, more than likely, what I'm betting is going to be the case is Switch Axe is going to be stronger in this game than it frequently is. Because that seems to happen like every other time they add a weapon to the series. Which, that's pretty par for the course. Balancing things is complicated. So, whenever you add a new thing to a game, you run the risk of it being out of line with everything else. Which, especially for something like Monster Hunter, it doesn't especially matter outside of to certain people that things are in balance with each other anyway. Because it's not a competitive game. Therefore, oh hey, this thing's OP, I guess I just won't use it. Because it makes the game too easy for me. But if you want to use it to make your game easier, go for it. All falls under that affect your own personal difficulty as you see fit thing I was talking about before. It's also why difficulty sliders and games inherently becoming a bit easier is not necessarily a bad thing. As much as people may rail hard against games being too easy or things like that, too easy is not really a thing. Like, the baseline of it could be too easy, but then it's incumbent on you as a player also to adjust your experience to suit yourself, not incumbent upon the creators necessarily to suit you, the specific player. I say as one who frequently complains about the way things are designed, but I don't expect people to change it to suit me. I just will complain about it and then do what I need to do to get around it. Because, you know, sitting there going mutter, mumble, rah, it's annoying, is different than running to forums or review bombing something because I disagree with it. Something a lot of people on the internet could learn really. It's just because you disagree with it doesn't mean it's bad. Hey there, Kay. How was your stream today? What were you up to? Hopefully y'all are doing well. You caught me just as I was rambling on, as I usually do, about game design and how things kind of shift as time goes by. Just basically going on about the difference as time passed, specifically for Monster Hunter. Can I do anything useful with what I've picked up? Answer is probably not. Oh yeah, there is Slagtoth armor too. I forgot about that entirely because it's not very useful. But it exists. But yeah, welcome in everybody to Monster Hunter 3rd Portable. Oh yeah. I actually ended up passing on the key I had gotten for that game to someone else because I knew I was going to struggle to be interested in it on my own, so I feel you on that. Unfortunately, I can't really point you toward anybody that plays it since I don't really know anyone that plays it actively either. But hopefully you at least managed to have some fun with it while you were playing. Despite that. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a mushroom log so we can actually grab free mushrooms too. Okay, that's what the shed's for, is growing mushrooms. That makes sense. Was I still growing anything? Yes, I was. Okay. I couldn't remember if I'd planted anything further or not. Right, I planted more paint berries because we can't buy paintballs right now. Ah, fair enough. Glad you still enjoyed it. I know Fireteam Elite's a fun enough game, but I can definitely see exactly what you mean with it not being great by yourself. Is it falls in that same kind of like extraction shooter, horde shooter type deal where you end up either reliant on the AI, which is either great or terrible, or you're just kind of bored because there's not really any banter or anything to be had while you're just going through the motions of doing the thing. Neither of those scenarios are really great. I say as I'm just chewing away at this, which would obviously fall under a similar category. That's also entirely fair. Everything is better with people along. Even if they're not joining in the thing necessarily, just having people to talk to definitely make a big difference. So I'm with you on that one too. I've just adapted to the idea of doing things on my own more. Or at this point is not really having that many choices. Oh yeah, that is also entirely fair. Streaming can definitely help chew away some of the lonely aspect to that, for lack of a better way of putting it. That's gunpowder? No, that's energy drink. Nitro Shroom and honey is energy drink now? Huh. Okay. That's catalyst still? Yeah, okay. Clearing up some of the recipes. Probably make some stuff with the cats now. Now, the same things we had before. Ignore the fact that a bunch of things are still in Japanese. That's because they didn't translate all the descriptions in this fan translation over here. They just translated all the things that are necessary for the function of the game, basically. I could scrap some stuff to be able to make more options for them. They're doing fine as is. We don't need to worry about that yet. Okay, so my other required quest other than the Bulldrome... It was... yeah, the Ludroth, I think, was the other silly one. So... actually, which one's the one that has the funny thing? Okay, yeah, it is the Bulldrome that has the funny. So we'll go do the Bulldrome quest now, then. There's a twist to this. And I don't know if this is going to work out in my favor or not. But we'll find out. This is definitely going to be my first real test of how warmed up I am today. I'm gonna do something greedy and stupid. Provided I find what I'm looking for. And what I'm looking for isn't the Bulldrome. Even though the Bulldrome is required. I'm gonna do something risky. I'm pretty sure I have no business doing what I'm gonna be doing at this stage of the game. There's the Bulldrome. Showing them who's the boss. Mine. My mushrooms. Of course, he wouldn't have gotten that big if he wasn't stealing mushrooms from everybody else, I suppose. We'll slap a paintball on him and come back later. Ack. Now, a wiser man would have realized that he forgot to pull the potions out of his box after he made them. But a wiser man wouldn't be going and looking for trouble like I am. So, you know, take that as you will to begin with. Let's get our stamina up a bit more for this. Not these things. These aren't the problem. Because you see, there's something else on this quest. And it's not listed. If I hadn't happened to spot it when I was scrolling through the key quests on the wiki, I wouldn't even know that this was here. Somewhere on this map should be a surprise. And I would like to find it. No, Gargoyles are running, so maybe there's something in here? Nope, they're not running. They were just wandering around. If I don't find the thing I'm looking for before too long, we'll just go kill the Bulldrome and I'll just tell y'all what I was looking for. But I will be disappointed if I don't find it. I wouldn't figure it would fit here. Maybe he doesn't immediately spawn? That is always a possibility. Looking around to see if there's balloon guy around. I don't even know if the balloon mechanic is in this one or not. I know occasionally you don't have balloon spotters at all. Well, from one game to the next. I, for one, don't 100% know which ones have and which ones don't have. Seeing a decided lack of what I'm looking for. There's the Bulldrome. Just made the trip into the room, but as necessary as he is, he's not what I'm looking for. And it didn't say anything about there being a specific trigger for this thing showing up, right? Oh, never mind. I didn't read the rest of that. We're not gonna be able to see the thing that I'm looking for. So, it said in the listing for it that Zinogre can appear here. So I was gonna be funny and go fight Zinogre straight away. I didn't read the fine print of the quest listing there saying it appears after hunting Bulldrome and introduces the unstable environment mechanic. Which, fun fact, apparently unstable environments started off here, so that's a thing. So let's go beat up the Bulldrome and be disappointed that I didn't get to fight a Zinogre. Which I have no business fighting right now either way, I might add. Not with my very basic switch axe and very basic armor that I'm wearing right now. It would be very much like taking on that first Tigrex you see in Freedom Unite, I would think. Otherwise known as, if you're real good, you can do it. If you're not, it's a recipe for pain. Which is why I was going to try to do it. A, as a case of showing off, and B, because it would have been really funny. But I didn't read the fine print, so that's on me. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, though, I'm much better at bleeding than they are. Therein lies the problem. We currently have a collective defense of, like, not even 12. So... Actually, no. I think I have, like, 15. 16. So... 16 defense ain't great for fighting a Zinogre. Like, look how much damage just basic Bullfangos and such are doing to us. Zinogre would destroy me if he hit me. That's not to say that I can't avoid getting hit by him, though the rust is real as far as fighting a Zinogre goes. It's been a while since I've hunted a Zinogre, since I haven't played any of the things that have it in a while. And I don't know what his moveset looks like in this game. I definitely pressed roll, but I guess he was slightly quicker than I was. Like, look how much damage I'm taking just from this Bulldrome, for example. And obviously, Bulldrome's annoying because it's hard to get a hit in on him without him tossing his head and hurting you. But that's neither here nor there. Get back here. Will be turned into bacon and you will accept your fate. Hi. You show that wall who's boss. Thankfully, it will not take that much to kill him. It may take more than I would like. Yep, gonna have to sharpen at least once. Can't rotate enough to catch me on that one. I want to grab the shiny, but he's gonna be in the way. There we go, beast here. Kinda figured. And we need to bait him out one more time so I can sharpen. Come on. Or he's just gonna sit there and shake. Okay, that's fine too. I might get hit on this one. Nope, he's still having a moment. Come here. Still feeling real sloppy, but that's because of the moveset changes. Pretty sure I'm using all of the tools I have in this era. But I'm not 100% sure of that, without looking at a list. It wouldn't be the first time where they put some of the early versions of really useful moves on awkward button combinations. Let me know how much the input sound is coming through, by the way. Because you shouldn't be hearing the controller much at all now that I messed with noise gating some more. Aside from, obviously, when I'm talking, you might hear it. But the idea is so that it's not constantly going off all the time. I might actually cart to this bull drum because I didn't bring any supplies, really. No, you get back here. God damn you. Doesn't help that I'm getting steadily more impatient because he keeps running in and out of rooms like this. He might be close enough to Shock Trap. I've not seen him actively limp, so I'm not 100% on that. But I also don't know if Buldrum can limp. Usually he just dies, so... Oh, sure, yeah, why not? Now I gotta spend more time being more careful because we're so close to death. I have a good feeling about this. Get me, dum-dum. Oh no! Bingo. Ah, that's what they mean. Go and study this unique creature. That's what they mean about it being after. So, yeah. Remember what I was just talking about with the funny thing? Yeah. Let me go use the bed so I'm at full health, and then we'll go find the problem. Oh, they actually sent me supplies. Look at that. Just to make the point. Where is the quest info? Oh, I might actually have to hunt it. So it said intrusion reward, so I probably don't have to, but it is on the quest list. Maybe they do expect you to at least try. Let's get our health back first. Because going off half-cocked after a Zinogre is a bad plan. I also forgot to do a thing, so give me a second here. I mean, relatively speaking, it's a good sign, because it raises the odds of me succeeding in what I'm doing. But it's a bad sign in that they fully expect this to be a problem. Oh, neat. You just kind of roared around the whole map for a moment there. So that's cool. That also is your warning about what it is, if you know what that sound is. Which I've already given it away because I had gotten confused earlier. If I had known that it was actually going to be a follow-up, though, I would have actually kept the shock trap. Tried to catch him instead, because his parts would be more worthwhile to me than the Bulldrome. But, oh well. You live and you learn. Or in this case, it may very well be you die and you learn. Where is he is the better question. So maybe he only now appeared. So he might be back like in 4. I don't think he'd be in 8. That seems like it's too small an area for them to want you to fight something like that. 4 really does seem like the ideal places. Yeah, exactly. Or you're just walking down a hallway and there's a save point just sitting there for inexplicable reasons. Like, what are you healing me before happening here? What is this that I'm supposed to be scared of suddenly? It's like, suspicious. Oh, he appeared where we took out the Bulldrome, as it turns out. There he is. There's the big lightning boy. My undergeared ass is gonna regret this. Yeah, see, there you go. A dangerous monster has arrived. To go back to the village, select Go to Village in the menu. The quest reward will still be paid. So they do not intend for you to win this fight. But if you want to do it, you can. Yep. Thunk. Get painted. Yeah, that bounce is not a good sign. But also not a surprise. Miss me. Miss me again. Nee. You can take your big steppies elsewhere, sir. What did I just say to you? Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna quite have enough time on that one. But I was hopeful. Nope, the stump is my friend. The stump will protect me. And I'm right. God damn you. I saw it, and I'm like, there's nothing I can do about it. This is gonna happen if it's gonna happen. Hi. Woo! That was a bad time to bounce. Oh, yeah, that damage is real. Woo! Kind of want to wait and let some of that red health come back so I don't have to use more than one of these potions. This is going to be a slow roll if I'm going to do this because he does too much damage right now. The fact that I'm not immediately dead makes me happy. That still wasn't as much as I'd hoped. Okay, wasn't sure if that was gonna split off or not. My friend, the stump, no! You murderer! You killed my protector! Right. Hitbox is down there too. Right. I thought I could get far enough under him that he would miss. Not quite that generous on that one. You showed that tree who's boss, buddy. Uh-oh. Okay. There ain't gonna be a tree left in this little bit of wood here at the rate he's going. Now, a wiser man would wait till he stops raging to attack. But a wiser man also probably wouldn't be challenging as an ogre in his current condition. Yep, there's the Thunderblight. Only got one heal left, so that's not ideal. We do have some carts to spare, though, if I really want to get hella greedy. Which I may as well at least push to the last cart. And then just warp away if we fail. 'Cause I really don't have anything to lose aside from a bit of Zenny. And if I can get even a part break on this guy, I'll be happy. He's so pissed. See, now this I might wait out, because this is a problem. Zenogre, why do you gotta look so cool, but also be so terrifying? And I have nothing to use against him either. Because I went into this way underprepared, knowing that he was here. Because I hadn't committed in my mind to actually doing the fight here. I was just gonna fight him once, then go, see, there was an ogre, and then that was gonna be that. Now greed is kicked in the brain, and I'm like, I can do this. I got this. I've been hunting for how long? I can take as an ogre under-geared. It'll be fine. This is gonna end in tears. But you know what? At least I'll be able to say I tried. Now, don't get me wrong, there's also the other smarter alternative of I just go grab some herbs and some blue mushrooms and make more potions as well. The supplies are around the map. I could just not be a greedy idiot for a minute. Nice. I got away with that. I'm probably not getting away with this. Yep. I overextended and I knew it. But as soon as the charging started on the elemental discharge, I'm like, you know what? I'm either gonna die or this is gonna work and it's gonna be cool. And then we died. Do I even have... No, I have honey, but I don't even have a blue mushroom to my name, so I'd have to go find some. I was gonna say, if I at least had a herb or a blue mushroom, I would actually go grab the rest of it. I think there's herbs here. No, these are needleberries. These are disappointment. Yep, these are not useful. Okay, very good. Are there herbs here? There are. Okay, fine. I guess we'll actually do the smart thing and actually make something to keep myself alive with, shall we? I think there's mushrooms in this room. If there aren't, we can find more, or elsewhere. Fucking needleberries, man. I am not a bowgun user. I don't need those. There's some more herbs. Don't get me wrong, I could just munch down the herbs too, but I'd rather make the potions because I can turn them into mega potions and make this a little bit better. So I can at least sustain hits without feeling like I'm not going to be able to take anything afterwards. Okay, it's not giving me any more herbs. I don't think there were mushrooms in the room he just was in. I think he went to where some mushrooms are. There's more honey here. As soon as I get any mushrooms from business. Did I grab this honey already? I did. That was the honey I grabbed. Okay. Mushrooms. And to think, if I just brought the set of potions that I'd made before this with me, we wouldn't have had to do this. But I forgot that I made them in the box and not in my pouch. So they didn't come along for the ride. Nice, I did successfully make all 3 megas. Okay. We got new legs in this fight. Let's go. We'll ration up so we have all the stamina we can have. And this is the only other go I'm gonna give if this is an ogre right now. We either win or lose here. If I card a second time, we're leaving so that we keep the fact that I killed the Boldrome. Wow, he is still just so angry. So, wait, is he one of the ones you have to hit out of that state? If so, that's going to be a big problem, actually. If I completely missed that. I exist. And you're not going to appreciate the fact that I exist. Oh, right, you do 3 steps. Right. So that went poorly nearly instantaneously. Thankfully, mega potions. We can also top up that missing bit with the herb. Uh-oh. That was concerningly close. I keep getting messed up by the fact that I can't follow that attack up. Right, spin. Right. Aye. Just in case that tail swing was gonna do damage, I needed to get out of there. Yep, he got me on that one. Okay, I'm not up for that right now. I have forgotten too much about his moveset to pull that one off right now. The fact that we dealt any real amount of damage to him makes me happy enough. We're leaving before I waste this hunt. And on being greedy. Yep, that's fine. That's completely fine. Because I am not losing the hunt just to a chase after a Zenogre early. I think that's the other monster fluid I needed for a better weapon. Now here's the thing, I could have spent the time making better gear before doing that since I knew that existed. But in natural gameplay, you would not have known that that was going to happen. Yeah. Things are really becoming problematic around here, I gotta say. I think... yeah, there's Quick and Strong Boldrome. Wasn't there before. Okay, it didn't add... because it said that there was going to be an optional that was added after this quest. But I think it just is adding the optional bull drone, because that wasn't there before. I wasn't sure if it was gonna, like, add an optional Zinogre hunt. Or not. Yeah, I can make the bone axe straight up. That's not really an improvement, necessarily. It's only 10 more power and a bit more sharpness. I'd really like to make Zoros axe. We're still not there yet. Though then again, the sharpness on the Zoros axe also kind of sucks. We're just short of a little bit on a lot of things. Let's go ahead and make the bone axe in case it becomes something useful, though. Bone axe plus needs jumbo bones, Mocholite, and killer beetles. Okay, that's gonna be waiting a little bit. And obviously we could slap spheres on it, but we're not doing that right now. These are not weapons I care enough about to upgrade in that manner. Maybe I should just make the wild axe for now, because that is a significant attack increase. Gain 30 more attack. I can always come back and make the Zoros axe later. Yeah, let's just take the power increase for now, even though I don't particularly care about the exhaust file. Oh, I did get a little bit of Zinogre fur, so at least I get to see Zinogre recipes, which was half the reason I did that, is just so we could see the armor and everything. The armor has not changed from generation to generation that much. That was the thing I wanted to learn about out of that, is did the armor change from its earliest incarnations onward? The answer is not really. Okay, we have all kinds of potential belts that we can't make any of. It looks like the only thing that fur gets us is a look at the chest, not the rest of it. Oh, if I go buy binoculars, I can get perception. Hooray. I don't care that much about that right now. I know I was thinking about changing up weapons, but now that we made an upgrade, maybe I should just keep on with the switch axe. Let's see what else I could make before I commit to that decision. Oh yeah, I forgot the Ludroth Bone Sword was a thing. Not gonna do anything with that, no. Though the dumplings would be funny. Just beat things up with a pair of dumpling sticks. I know I was talking about seeing what the difference for Gunlance was. Do that later, though. Froggy Revolver, which just has a gun on the end of it, because, you know, that's how bows work, right? You just fire it through the barrel of a revolver. 3 different Arconulos. Made out of different things. As opposed to the regular Arconulo. Why is there 4 of them? Doesn't matter. We'll deal with that later. We'll wait on branching out till I get more available materials. That's probably wiser than trying to branch out now and destroying all of my money. Let's see. It was Ludroths that I needed, and... right, the Great Jaggy. That was the other one. Okay. Easy. Did I go to the farm? I feel like I went to the farm, but I'm gonna just double check. I feel like I was doing my farming while I was talking about the fact that I had gotten my head kicked in. And if I did, I didn't remember to grab my mushrooms. Nope, I definitely didn't, because the bugs are part of my normal loop through here. I must have been too focused on thinking about the Zinogre. And how I will get my revenge. It just may take a while. Because I assume doing that quest again won't trigger him to show up again, based on the warning we got, like, hey, this is your only shot at this monster. Or until he shows up naturally later. Because I won't say what our next urgent is, but it's not him. We have an extra step to go through before we see Zinogre, or at the very least. Let this be a lesson to actually remember to check to see if you brought your potions with you in the future. I should also just buy a bunch more potions. But I don't have to be so stingy with them. Because we got money right now. And we're currently lacking in parts to make other things, so there's no reason for me not to be spending my money on resources. Make sure that I don't have to worry about that anymore. That should be fine. So what I can do now is go to the house and convert some of those into megas. And keep those megas on hand in case we actually get into danger. Not that I expect to have too much danger for the next few hunts coming up. But better to be prepared than not prepared. Not gonna burn all of those potions making megas at this exact moment. Now we can carry a full complement of potions and mega potions, and basically be immortal for a good bit now. I'll go ahead and go beat up the Great Jaggy to make myself feel better. And then we'll do the Lodroth's in, and then it'll be urgent time again. I am feeling myself getting caught on the hook that Monster Hunter always has. So we may very well revisit this here and there. But the priority is still going to be on Freedom Unite till that collab's done. Which is still going to be a couple more weeks. Which, reminder for those that have not kept up with that, that is every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, roughly. Sometimes we end up a little late. And we finally have new territory, the Sandy Plains. Out before us. Froggies. I'm surprised the Great Jaggy is here. I'm used to him being just a forest creature. Or, I should say more accurately, I think he's usually jungle. Better ones. Not that I ever even really think about Great Jaggy that much anyway, because he's a bit of a chump, but... yeah, he kind of fulfills the Velocidrome, or insert drome here category of monster, really. Hey, Aptonoths. We could turn them into meat. I can't be bothered to do. Also, appreciation for a simple thing. The fact that you don't have to cycle to your pickaxes in order to mine is very nice, and I would presume the same thing would be true for bug nets. Because before this, you actually did have to physically cycle to those items, for those that didn't know that. Hot areas drain your health. Go ahead and drink our cold drink. All you need is a cold, refreshing drink for the sun not to kill you. technically I should kill those off. I need one of the stomachs, but I think we actually want to wait till they actually pick stuff up. I can't be bothered to wait right now. I get cactus flowers from this? Yeah. Those will be good for making herbal medicines. As you might imagine, herbal medicines, for those that don't know, take the place of antidotes in that they heal you a little bit, and they cure poison, whereas antidotes just cure poison. You could obviously carry both if you really thought you were going to get poisoned enough times that you'd need 20 items for curing it. But personally, I always go for the herbal meds because of the fact that you can do two things at once. And I don't think there's ever a case where herbal medicine can't cure the poison. I do know there are things that have stronger poison, but I think they still cure in one item anyway. I'm not certain about that. I've not encountered said stronger poisons often enough to really know the answer on that one. Oh yeah, there's the fish in this one. I think that's why we have the sonic bombs. Oh, no, it's a flash bomb. I keep getting thrown off by the easy color of things. The extra swings there were from Cephalos memories. I have a strong negative bias toward things that swim in the sand in these games. After everything Cephalos and Cephadrome put me through in earlier games. Ooh, I caught that one in the air with that. That was brutal. That one was admittedly unnecessary. Now we got, I think, one of each of the three things these drop. The small things like these usually only have, like, 3 drops. Oh, they even do sand spitting like Cephalos. Okay, you know what? Maybe I was justified slapping that one out of the air. Because for those that don't understand why I have such a thing against Cephalos and Cephadrome, they were almost the reason I didn't play this series further. Because the quest you have to do for Cephadrome in the first game caused me so many problems. Is I was younger at the time and didn't understand, hey, you should probably pay attention to what the game's giving you and understand that those are probably important. So I didn't fully understand the need for sonic bombs for dealing with things like that, to get them out of the sand. So I was just chasing the fucking thing around in the sand, hitting the fin and going, why is this stupid? Turns out I was the stupid one. Let that be yet another lesson in pay attention to what the game is telling you. Don't just get mad at the game when you're not taking the input you're given and using it appropriately. Those quests still suck even once you know what you're doing, but they suck less once you understand and how to deal with them. That area is real small, but it's hard to get to, so let's take a look at it. I'm going to assume there's probably just a mining point in here, or it might be where the cats live. There's also a Jaggy nest here, but they'll be busy with the cats. Oh, first of many iron pickaxes breaking. I'm kind of surprised we're getting so many ice crystals here. But I think I'm just too used to only getting ice crystals in the mountains. Let's see, we have no reason to go back. I'm just gonna go ahead and speed our way out of this room. Just for saving our own time and sanity. Maybe he's in the green area. That's where the Great Jaggy lives. Because from what I remember the Great Jaggy, he's kind of a bully. Just goes and picks on other monsters. Just makes a nuisance of himself for the most part. There might be a monster over here that he's just slapping around. He doesn't even, like, eat other things that much. No? Not here. Not harassing the Aptonoth. Hey, this might give me, like, fire herbs and such. Oh, hot peppers. That works, too. That'll be a supply of hot drinks for us. Just for when we go to the cold area. Of course, you know, I say that after getting one of them, and then I didn't get any more of them. Do I need to, like, beat up some of your Jaggies so you show up? Because, you know, I'm always down to beat up some Jaggies. There's something just very funny about watching the two cats just throwing boomerangs at one Jaggy over and over again. No, he ain't here. I don't think this is like a Queen Vespoid situation where you have to kill a certain amount before they show up. I was like, gonna say, this should be a mining point. Let the need for metal that we've been dealing with, by the way, be a perfect example of why the grinding I do off camera for the Freedom Unite collab is as important as it is. Because otherwise I'd be running out of metal constantly in that too. Let that just stand as a lesson to all of you about how that works. Turns out he's just in this little room here too. Yeah, in typical drone type creature fashion, he's just a bigger Jaggy. Right, he's got the goofy roar that sounds like a laugh. Because that's half his whole shtick, is he just summons more Jaggies. Paint in the face. Oh right, it has a completely different color because it's a different file. I did not think exhaust was going to be blue. Now bear in mind, with our terrible armor, Great Jaggy is no slouch. He is going to hurt. Especially if we stand there and just take hits like we did there, including all of the hits from the little ones, too. I am definitely doing very bad moves here because of the fact that I'm so used to the armor and such I have in everything else I'm playing that's similar to this. But we can get away with doing things like that regardless. Just bash the hell out of him. Get rid of all his backup dancers, though he just summoned another one, but there's still less of them. Sharpen our club here. There we go. Keep forgetting I can't follow up that specific attack. Throws me off every time. There's the ear break. Okay, get rid of his friend. I could just position appropriately. There it is. Yeah, he's out of here. He wants nothing to do with that. Get back here. Joke's on you. I can fit anywhere you can fit. In this generation, you don't have cheeky shortcuts you can go through that I can't. he is definitely having a rough go, though we are using exhaust vials, which I presume, as the title suggests, exhaust them faster. And that's what the drooling is they're getting exhausted. Which will make them want to eat, which we do have that tinged meat, which is purposely so that you would use it for things like that. Blast should still reach him. Yeah, there we go. Not an ideal full blast, but it works. Here you go, buddy. I'm sure you're hungry. Don't you want it? Go get it. Joke's on him. Paralyzed. Really seems kind of mean to do that. But we put him out of his misery pretty quickly. Oh yeah, the wild cats are throwing bombs at us and being dicks. Because instead of just stealing from you, they do more of the other stuff. Like, obviously, the tan-colored ones always could bomb you. In addition to stealing and doing things like that, there's just a lot more prone to it now. Send a few of them flying so they know not to mess with me. If you're worried about them getting hurt, no, because these felines are, like, near indestructible with all the things they go through in their existence. And they'll just tunnel away instead of dying or anything. Sometimes they'll leave things behind like this. They're also just really dramatic with the way they spin and fly around and do all of that. Shown here, the Great Jaggy getting his head bashed in until he forgets his own name. Cutscenes and everything for that happening. Onward we go. We just have some Ludroth to smack around, and then we will be on to Tier 3. Or, the Urgent, and then Tier 3. You get the point. And the Urgent's actually gonna be another fun monster. Fun in an actual sense, not fun in the sense that a sudden early Zinogre was. As much as I enjoy Zinogre, I was not up to that task right now. Quickly clean up our farm so that we can get all of the goodies we need, and then I think I'll skip bothering to go to the armory right now because I don't think we got anything worthwhile from beating up Great Jaggy. Because we got very little in the way of parts off of him. Then again, you know, he's also small beans, so no real surprise that we didn't get too much from him. We did get a Screamer, which allows us to make sonic bombs. There's that. But nothing too crazy to worry about there, you know? Do I have enough points to do something to renovate the farm? Ew. You get the high bug perfume instead. Mushroom log +1 does exist. Now I'll save my points for when we get the next Urgent out of the way, because it'll probably open up another upgrade in there. It's just 5 Ludroth. It will not take long to clear these out. The longest part's going to be getting to where they are. Once again in the flooded forest, I do believe. Yep. Where there's going to be more of them because, you know, they are near aquatic lizards. Can't say they're aquatic lizards because they don't spend all their time in the water. They just like the water. Down, 3 to go. And I could grab other stuff while I'm here, but I just want to fly through this one, I think. You know, bathing yourselves when you're, like, neck deep in water doesn't seem that productive, guys. I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not sure you're accomplishing what you think you are. Like, maybe it's just me, but it seems like bathing yourself that way when you're already in water enough that you're basically bathing that way too seems just redundant. But what do I know? I'm not an expert on cat hygiene. Some Ludroth down there, but I don't think you can actually get down there from here. I think you're actually locked in up here. There'll be more over here, I'm sure. I doubt it'll matter that much. That's a very strange sounding waterfall. Is there anything interesting over in that corner? Probably not, but let's go find out anyway. Because I've not been to these maps very much, so there is the wonderful bit of curiosity that can be such a big part of these games of like, ooh, what's over here? Ooh, what's this? What is this area? Just learning the lay of the land and seeing what lives where and all that good stuff. And I definitely have lost that over time because so many areas are so similar. And you do obviously go to the same areas a lot. But, you know, that's just kind of expected. Maybe there'll be some Ludroth down here. Way! Worst case, we can loop around and go to the other end of the blue area that we saw. There we go. I figured, since a lot of water's running down here, that there would be some down here. I don't need to hit you directly, I just need to hit you. There we go. Yeah, the thing that keeps throwing me off is instead of being able to go whichever way around the order of inputs I want, I have to go a specific way around, or he kind of just trips partway through the combo. In case people are wondering why there's just these weird interrupts in my own movements occasionally. Because, you know, they were still figuring out what they wanted the moveset to look like. So now and then you just kind of fumble and things happen. Ow, it just like off leaving. I heard big footsteps. I'm like, is something gonna come up behind me and eat me? It would have been funny. It would have been real awkward, but it would have been funny. Hopefully there'll be the one more Ludroth I need in here. Just so we can move on. Perfect. Come here, you. Your meat's on the menu. And I'm here to tenderize. Job done. These early quests really do just fly along. I do need more of those small monster bones, so I'll never say no to those. Stop running. Don't you want to join your friend? Or did you not like him that much? Because honestly, if you didn't like him that much, honestly understandable, but you're joining him anyway. Because, you know, why not get one more Hydro Hide, right? Right. Just launching these guys is just so funny. Smack him in the chin and just poing! Off he goes. Quest complete. Watch as I flex on you. Aha. Nah, 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 nah. I'm immortal now. What are you gonna do about it, huh? That's right, you're gonna do nothing. That's another one done. Probably another case of not worth going to the armory, because we already had Hydrohide and such. So we won't have really learned too much. Oh, I should check the board and see if I can teach those two anything, though. That would be a good idea, because they've been hunting with me for the entire trip now. So they've definitely gotten some points. And I might be able to actually teach them some useful skills. Wet fish and some sleepy fish. It'd be a bit weird if the fish weren't wet. Dry fish just sounds disappointing. Mining point, because that's the only one that takes any real amount of time. Oh yeah, I've had them meditating, so they just keep floating up and then falling down. You actually did not gain that many points, but you can learn some flutes. Yeah, actually that'll work. Lily will learn Demon Flute and Kane will learn Armor Flute. Okay, so they went to the skill slot system for this one, right? In the previous game, you could only ever have 3 skills. Now they have 6 slots that you can fit skills in. Things like Cure Flute and such only take 1 slot, so you could actually technically fit in more skills than just 3, if you math it out well. Wait, yeah, they have armor. Why don't they default to wearing the armor? Because I didn't make this armor. This just was already here, but they weren't wearing it for some reason. You can also switch them to using a blunt weapon instead of a cutting weapon. But honestly, they can keep wearing what they're wearing. There we go. Now at least they have armor on. They're a little harder to tell apart now because the fur pattern's hidden under the armor, but that's fine. Their names are there. You can figure it out just as easily. I know I said I wasn't going to look in here, but I'm going to look in here anyway. Yeah, as expected, nothing has changed. Because I thought about it some more, and it's like, I did get a lot of, like, small bones and such, so maybe there would have been potentially something I could have done with that. I could make the canine katana. Hairtail, hairblade. That is a fish. That is a fish you have jammed a hilt into. Oh, that's why it needs those blue cutthroats. Okay. I almost feel like I have to make that. The fuck? Why does it have green sharp already? Good lord. Then again, the rugged greatsword has green sharp. Maybe green sharp's just easier to get. Yeah, no, it's just easier to get at this point. Okay. Even early dual blades have green. I just may have picked the weapon that takes the longest to get to good sharpness again. Which wouldn't be the first time, it won't be the last time. Ooh, the striker's gun. What's that look like? Oh, it's just that one again. It just has a different name now. I do like the look of the Yakumo gun lance. Got good style to it. Aside from how kind of flat the point of it is, the flat point looks a little... Obviously, you know, we got a bunch of ranged weapons and such that we looked at before. We can make more decorations, but I don't see any reason to be fiddling about with these yet. mostly based on the fact that if you look right there to the 2 Aqua Glow jewels we have, I could only make 2 decorations, which means I can't gem into a skill without already having part of it. Then again, we don't have any complete skills, so maybe gemming into something might not be the worst idea. But that's also an argument for just finishing an armor set at all. Because we only have part of the hunter set, and for example, but I would need to go hunt more Bofangos and get some carpenter bugs and such to finish that. At the moment, I'm better served by just making a mixed up mess. For no other reason than to just have armor value. And for Switch Axe, this isn't actually a bad lineup of skills anyway, early on. There we go. We don't have the big hat anymore. We have Little Hat. I need to get King's Frill to make the waist. We can make Jaggy Greaves as well, so we can actually finish having almost all upgraded armor. Oh wait, no, I did make Hunter's Greaves. The gauntlets then? I can't make. Right, because I didn't get enough Great Jaggy Hide and I didn't get a second claw. It's fine. We have a funny hat now. Now, you might be wondering, why is he bothering to make armor again? The last time he bothered to make armor, something really bad was about to happen. Well, what if I told you I'm about to fight something that could actually be a slight problem? But only a slight problem. I don't anticipate it being a big problem. Especially not with all the healing items we have. Yeah, we're gonna fight Kuropeko, who's not, like, crazy dangerous. But as she just said, it calls to other monsters and brings them in, which could be an issue. That's more what I'm worried about out of this. It's him calling really bad things. I forgot to put away the ores, but that's fine. We're not having enough inventory coming in to worry about clearing inventory every time. Just slight bookkeeping for my own sanity. Okay, he is affected by sonic bombs, and the dung bombs are for getting rid of the things he summons. Just stink out whatever you really don't want to deal with. But as long as I can keep hold of the situation here, we should be able to deal with Kuropeka without it being too big an issue. But we're reaching the point where I should start eating before hunts, but that's going to involve me figuring out where I'm supposed to eat in this town, because we weren't pointed at it at any point that I caught, so... unless, like I said, the hot spring is supposed to take the place of that. Which it might. Gotta find a bird. Gotta find a bird brain. Or where is the bird brain? Oh, I kind of figured it was gonna be another case of he's just, oh, here in 5. He's gotta be one of the smaller areas then, I guess. Since it's our first encounter with him, he's not, like, running around anywhere. He has to be in whatever set location he starts in. It's a nice view in here while I mine. You know, Lily, you could be mining too. You don't have to just chill out the whole time. See, Kane's doing a great job. Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't know why I bothered trying. Oh. My second guess was correct. Oh, look, a great Jaggy. Dun dun dun. Get a load of this goofy old boy. He can fly. Qurupeco's another popular one that doesn't show up often enough. And he's just kind of a goofy guy. I like him. Even if he can be annoying sometimes, I like him. Kind of falls into a similar category to Kut-Ku to a certain degree, where he's a bit of a chump monster, but he's fun. Also ran off, like, immediately. There he is. He thankfully didn't run far. Ah, wind press. I painted. He's doing the Jaggy cry. That's his actually dangerous attack. Is exploding you with his flint hands. Which personally might be one of my favorite features about this thing. Is the exploding flint hands. Are just really interesting to me. Right, I forgot he also has a defense down spit he does. I genuinely completely forgot about that one. He also might not do that as much later. But if you really pay attention to his moveset, you'll notice it's very similar to a lot of the things of this same type from before, like, again, Kut-Ku and Yangaruga and all of the other bird boys. Is he's got a spit move, he's got a multi-jump attack, kind of like the Hypnocatrice jump kick. He's got a peck, as you see there. Obviously, he flies around and makes a nuisance of himself. And that's why you don't let him hit you with that. Especially with defense down, that attack hits really hard. And that's why I was making sure to have a little bit more defense. I thought I could actually handle one of those at not full health. Turns out, I can't. I kind of like how I was saying Kut-Ku is a bit of a chump monster. This guy is dangerous, like, once. The first time you encounter him, he's a little bit of a problem, because you'll probably be in a situation like I am, where your armor is, like, next to non-existent. But as soon as you have better weapons and decent armor, he ceases being an issue, like, at all, aside from what he summons in. And he's just a funny guy. Hee ha ha, explode your face off. Yep, he's in here dancing with the Great Jaggy now. Doing a different cry now. I also forgot just how much I was gonna bounce off of him with yellow. By that point, I couldn't end it in time. Ruined my sharpness and my gauge for nothing. He's also leaving. Get used to that being the way this plays out. Is he summons something, makes a nuisance of himself, and then pisses off. That's just kind of his loop. I what Sonic Bombs do to him, but you know what? That didn't do anything. Might be specific conditions, might have needed to be closer. Hard to say. Because I don't think I've ever used Sonic Bombs on Qurupeco before. I've usually just killed him and then moved on with my life. Oh no, my stone. The Mealinks that stole the stone ended up getting blasted by the Kuropeko too. Yeah, I can ill afford to catch a defense down. So that's the thing I really gotta watch out for. The good news is, I don't recall him having a ton of health. That's an issue, though. The whole being on fire thing, that's a problem. Thankfully, he's fighting me in an area where there's plenty of water for me to put myself out with. That's not what I told you to do, game. I was still cycling, but sure, we can sharpen again, I guess. Every now and then, I think I hit the button just slightly too fast, and it doesn't remember that I have that button held down. Emulation issue more than anything, I would figure. Yep, I don't know why I thought that was gonna work this time when it didn't work a minute ago. I don't think I can get away with wild swinging him. Even though that would be faster damage than anything like other than sword attacks, pretty much. Which also just gets me exploded because I'm being too greedy, because I just trying to move this along. Which I think y'all are familiar with that being my methodology for most things, is I'm just gonna keep going, moving this forward as much as I can, even if it means I get my shit kicked in more. Yeah, I probably need Green Sharp to get past his hands. And unfortunately, he's just the right size that those hands will conflict with, like, every attack. Nice! That's what you like. Oh, we got an arm break. Okay, I don't think he can do the flint explosion anymore, because he's only got one hand. Okay, he's significantly less dangerous now, if that's true. So he's gonna start, like, doing beak attacks more. Oh, nope, he still can blast. Just not as effectively. Leaving? I think he's leaving. Get back here. I'm not done with you yet. You might be done with me, but I'm far from done with you. Hi, are you tired of seeing me yet? Good, because I'm tired of seeing you. We really gotta stop meeting like this. Especially like that. Oh, that's a stun. No, 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 no. Spam all the buttons. Gotta go! I forgot you have flying attacks. I think you are. Rathalos, get on the ground. This should still hit. Or he's gonna move away. It would have hit if he hadn't moved. God, my flow is so thrown off by bouncing on the damn hand. Oh, he heals with that. Right, that is a thing he does, huh? There we go, that should at least even out the healing he did. Really should go break the other hand so he stops doing the flint attacks. Of course, I need the Great Jaggy to stop getting in the way. I broke something else, I think. Not what I was aiming for, but I'll take what I can get. You'll notice everything healed when he did the healing thing. Everything other than us, that is. Is basically his effects have the same benefits as, like, our flutes do, for example. So he's got, like, armor flute, demon flute, etc., I do believe. Based on the colorations I was seeing. Also, the paint wore off, so I don't know where he ran off to. But he more than likely ran to one of the same places we just fought him a moment ago. Not this one, though. Let's just go the other way. Just head him off. Might have even gone here. Oop. This gives me a moment to ration up some more and everything. And continue pursuit. Yeah, Kuropecco's a fun time for the most part. He can be a nuisance when he pulls a Kutku and starts flying away every 5 seconds, but other than that, he's a reasonably fun fight. Did he really go to 9? Is he more hurt than I think he is? He might be more hurt than I thought. Or he pulled a fast one on me and actually flew out and then back in again. Which is a thing they can do. Yeah, Jaggy, I know. You're here and disappointed that nobody else is here. There's Kuropecco. Here, I have a paintball. Yeah, I had a bad feeling that my sharpness was gonna go. I was thinking about doing that before I came in here. Yep. And this is why. Because he got the yell off, that was gonna mean that he was gonna have a whole damn party in here now. Haha. Knocked him out of the air. Back here. I am far from done with you. Not from in the sense of being done with your nonsense. Definitely done with your nonsense at this point. But I suppose at least the only thing he's been summoning is a Great Jaggy. It could be worse. Later on, he becomes a nightmare in that regard because he starts calling stronger monsters. Because, like, I believe he can more or less call anything that would normally be in the area. So, you know, take that into consideration as you will. That works. Got some good damage into him before he slapped me out of the zone. Anyway, once more with feeling. another stagger. God, the sharpness on this weapon sucks. I so badly need a better sharpness weapon. It's either that or I need to start skilling into making my sharpness go down slower. Because right now, this is just pain. Like, oh hey, you hit him 6 times, well, gotta sharpen again. That would have been a perfect time for tripping if it weren't for the fact that I bounce off of so much of this thing. Get back here. I know you're distracted by the cats, but god damn you. Stand and take your beating. Nope. None of that. So we got some good work done on him. Yeah, he's having a bad time now. I didn't bring a trap with me, and I probably should have. But it's fine. He's not long for this world now. I just need to make sure he doesn't heal again. Though I don't know how much he actually heals when he uses that anyway. Okay, he's going back to where we just were a moment ago again. This is where he will die. This is how we die. Might be how I die if I'm not careful. Ah, he jumped over me. Ooh, I think I broke... Yep, I broke his nose. I think he can't actually use his sounds anymore without his nose. Because I think it won't actually properly expand when he tries to do the music now. Oh, nope, he still can do it. He's pissed. Wow, just to prove me wrong, he's just going ham with the instrument now. Joke's on him, though. That played into my favor. He is now dead. Come on, let me carve you. Peko, I believe, makes some useful stuff. Like, I want to say he's your early fire weapons and some okay armor. There we go. Oh, and medium monster bones as well. Perfect. And a flintstone. Not the vitamin. So far, we haven't failed a single hunt. We've actually only really carded against an ogre, I think, actually. Not doing too bad. I could be doing infinitely worse. Yeah. Ah, teaching about decorations now. I was like, why does everybody want to talk to me? Because he's going to give me a full set of Aqua Glow Jewels. He's not translated, so who knows what he's babbling about. Who also are not translated. Yeah, I totally knew whatever that was that you were talking about. Yes, that thing. Oh yeah, I can buy bone axes now. Yeah, you know, maybe I should have just bought armor. Because I forgot that you could just buy the hunter's armor. That might have been a better idea than just slowly making the bits and pieces that I could make. Oh, and Alloy has Expert. Primarily missing gauntlets at the moment. That would get us almost to being able to have Detect. So yeah, let's grab the Hunter's Vambrace. And we'll grab the Hunter's Folds. And that should give us low-level Psychic Vision. Yeah. I just accidentally purchased a second one, though, because I hit the wrong button. So I need to go sell that. Oh yeah, I can sell at you, actually. Take that back. We're a little bit of a mess still, but at least we've got, like, not starting gear anymore. Tundra and desert. Okay. Oh, there's charms as well. So never mind, talismans do exist, I guess. I think this is the first game where those are introduced then. Oh, Baroth. Rapeko, Great Ragi, Great Jaggy, Royal Ludroth. Gumby as well. They're really... Huh. A lot of those show up a lot sooner than I thought. Which, speaking of, our key quests are Baroth, Ragi, Ludroth, and Lagumbi. All the new ones, basically. Ooh, there's a lot of very interesting monsters coming up in key quests, actually. We're gonna keep going for at least a bit longer here. I want to get to some of those. Just to show them off. I think I can do... And I absolutely could do like Royal Ludroth or Great Jag or Great Ragi without a question. First the farm. Want to waste the... free stuff. Well, let me double check to make sure I didn't gain anything actually new to do with this dude here. Shellbug perfume. Prototype beehive. Monyan wagon. Oh, they can actually go on quests. Wow, that mechanic was available way earlier than I thought. Go ahead and grab the beehive and the wagon. This is why I wanted to save points, because I had a feeling there was going to be good stuff at this tier. I'm going to need to hire more cats if I'm going to make use of that mechanic. Because I want to keep my 2 cats with me. There's the beehive. The box. This way we'll have a constant source of honey, so I can basically make an infinite amount of mega potions. I can just buy potions. Yeah, okay, so it does cost you combo points. We're gonna want to wait on that anyway for a little bit longer. But yeah, these two will have learned the horn skills now. Because the thing about skills is it takes a hunt for them to learn the skill. They won't gain it the second you tell them to acquire it. Which is why you didn't see them use either of those in the previous hunt. But they'll start using them now. Just out of curiosity, though, I'm going to see how much it costs to use wagon. Just going to use them as an example. 50 points. Points. Okay, they're very cheap as far as points go. Okay, so it's actually going to be definitely worth it for me to go grab some cats for the purposes of doing those quests then. And I probably have enough money to hire like one cat, start sending them on quests. What kind of mechanics that started off in this one? God damn. Got all of this. And I did forget to check to see if we can actually make anything out of the Kuropeko bits we got. I feel like we won't be able to, but we should at least look. Can't make anything straight up from it, and I'm pretty sure there was nothing we could upgrade into using the parts we got. No, because these are both waiting on specific things. Not sure where I'd get... I probably need to get the jumbo bones from the Bulldrum, don't I? Yeah, and I don't have a ton of money, so trying to craft up another thing wouldn't be worth doing right now. It would probably be more valuable to me to talk to her and hire a cat. Only Bomb and Boomerang, Bomb and Boomerang, Alien Boomerang, Boomerangs only, Alien Boomerang, and only. It will take you. No, I didn't mean to do that. I also forgot to do some inventory management. Specifically grabbing some more of my potions and mega potions. These quests are starting to actually become more dangerous, so we do need to actually be prepared. Show the monsters we're facing slightly more proper respect. Including actually looking into how to get any stat buffs I can. See, we have status there. I assume probably... I'm trying to talk to you. Okay, it's the drinks that'll work the same then. Okay, so there's a new hot spring quest available. Yes, yes, offer me a drink. I can't afford the drinks. Well, that's sad. Well, let's soak a moment and see if it actually increases my anything. But it seems like our hot spring isn't strong enough to gain anything yet. No, my boat sank. Well, never mind. This is currently worthless to me. If I go make more money, I can actually use the stat bonus from the drink, but... And this is the actual guild hall. Which I will at least take a look at what's in the guild hall list, but I'm not going to do these because they will not be suitable to me necessarily. Rude. Yes, I know I'm Hunter rank 1. You just kindly let me look at the board, please. Zero, Spoldrum, Great Jaggy, Froggy, Mango, Jagia, Baroth, Nibblesnarf, who we'll get to soon, Rango Urotora, which I don't recognize. Actually, no, I think I know what that is. I just might not remember the name. Giganox. Yeah, see, this is the other reason why I didn't necessarily want to look at this, because some of this is spoilers for our future. Since that's popped up, I'll just say it. The next tier up has Nibblesnarf and Giganox in it. That may not mean anything to anyone, but those that know now know something about the future. Which I believe neither Nibblesnarf nor Giganox show up very often. This is at the very least the first time I've personally seen. Send you off by yourself. Oh, I don't know. Go to the forest. I'm definitely gonna need to hire more of them. These to be effective, but I assume sending one off will at least do something. They should come back with some parts. I'm good. Let's go ahead and deal with the Great Roggy first. Oh, I don't have enough money. Son of a bitch. I knew I spent too close to my limits. No. That's fine. What can I sell? And I guess I could sell the other basic weapons. At least of the ones I know for a fact I'm not going to use, like the bow guns. Dual blades and sword and shield can go. Sword and lance. That's a bit nicer a lineup. Oh yeah, we also have the Bishop Talisman, which gives auto guard. Anyway, just gonna sell that as well, because that sucks. That's just disappointment. I wonder if the charm tables are predetermined in this one, kind of like I was hearing about with Try, where you can end up with a cursed charm table and just never get a good charm. I also keep forgetting to talk to the traveling merchant and see if he has new things. But with us just barely scraping by on money right now, he's probably not a high priority for me. You may have noticed something new on our map. Thanks to Psychic Vision, we see the basic shape of the monster and whether it's aware of anybody or active or anything. As you can see, he's blue because he's just kind of hanging out. Now, paintballs are obsolete for us until we lose Psychic Vision. We will always know where the monster is. Very useful. Not really something I ascribe to too much because monsters are pretty easy to keep up with most of the time. Oh wait, we don't see them all the time. That was all the time. Shows how often I use Psychic Vision. But I believe a paintball will also combine with it to give you, like, the next level of psychic vision relative to the thing that's paintballed. Like, if you have psychic vision and then put the paintball on it, you can kind of see its status a bit better. Yeah, that's the one thing to watch out for with Great Roggy, is he does poison. Other than that, well, even with the poisoning part, he's just a Roggy, just bigger. So his poison cloud will also be bigger. He's just a big pukey boy. He has big tummy hort. And he wishes to share it with everyone. That's not the one. That's the one. Somehow he ended up at the entrance of the room, which is what confused me. Just gonna whack away at him until he forces me to stop whacking away at him. More or less. Thankfully, if you're close to him, his poison cloud's actually not that dangerous, because he'll typically spit over you, because he's a little bit too tall. So if you get a smaller one, that may not work for you. Do the tip check. Bonk, 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 a bonk, a bonk. Now you see why I was like, this guy's not really going to be a problem. Because he's another one of those monsters that you can just kind of sit there and beat up a lot. Because he's not hyper-aggressive like some monsters are, nor is he durable in terms of needing high sharpness to hurt him. Like, we don't even have to sharpen to still hit him. I missed me this time. Really just want to be that way today, huh? Now, as you can see by the amount of damage we're taking, thanks to our bad armor, he definitely still stings. So you don't want to just completely disregard him in terms of him being able to hurt you. Just he does sit there and take a beating like a champ. That time I was far enough back that it was actually a problem. If I cart in this fight, though, that's when I know I should just call it, because this guy shouldn't be carting you unless you're still learning. Which, if you're still in the learning phase after having to deal with multiple Arzuros, Zinogre, and Kurapeko and everything else, you may want to seek someone to teach you, because you may be having trouble learning on your own. Which is entirely fair. That's actually easy enough to have happen with this series. And learning from others can be a very big help in that regard. Get back here. I am far from done with you. Made me eat my words slightly, therefore you must die. Hey, he's getting all exhausted. He's all tuckered out. Stand still and I'll tuck you into your permanent bed. He's running again, I think. Oh, no, he's fighting the cats. Not gonna put this away, because I'll just have to switch back to sword form if I do. Don't care about the sharpness right now. We're just gonna beat him up some more anyway. Now I'll care about the sharpness, now that the thing has switched back. Ooh, and we got the demon boost. Good job, Kane. Wait, no. Lily's the one with the demon flute. Thank you. I remember now, because I said it would make more sense to give Kane the demon flute, but I had already given Lily the demon flute, because I went in order. There we go. Now, thank you, Kane. And for the armor. Occasionally, you'll have to reload cartridges into the Switch Axe like I just did there in order to go to sword form. I think I needed to have fully refilled the gauge to not have to do that. Slash not having fully emptied the gauge. First place, one of the two. Possibly both. Been too long. And most of these hunts have not required me to remember how my weapon works enough. Yeah. You just go ahead and yell for help. I'll just be over here doing the same thing I've been doing, which is just chopping you down to size the entire time. I got pushed by the little one. That blast would have still reached him. It wouldn't have been a direct hit, but it would have still reached him if I hadn't gotten nudged over. Oh, there's another launch. I am poisoned, but I don't think he'll live long enough for that to be a huge issue. He says not knowing if he's correct or not. And I'm gonna play it safe. Because he's acting like he's all fresh again, and I don't trust it. I don't trust like that. There goes my sharpness again. God, this sharpness is so bad. Oh, that's upsetting. I was hoping to do that as a finishing move in the hopes of not having to sharpen again. Son of a bitch. Get used to him doing things like that, by the way, because that's the one thing he's good at as far as being annoying goes. You're in the middle of doing something else and he walks up and just, hey. Then you're poisoned. Poisoned, upset, and he's dead now, so it doesn't matter. Had to heal more than I wanted to against him there, but that was me being overzealous and just trying to power through that hunt, so we can move on to more important things. Having to get through Barroth right now is going to be unfortunate. Because if our sharpness is struggling in places against something like a goddamn Ragi, there's no way we're getting through Barroth armor. Which is going to mean we would have to work on getting Green Sharp. And even then, I think Green Sharp would bounce off of the actual, like, significantly armored parts of Barroth. We'd at least break through some of the other bits. A little easier. It's kind of wild how long the end of quest thing is sometimes, but also how short it is other times, depending on the situation. Ooh, a bunch of poison sacks. Those might actually be useful. An Abra Spine. Okay. And we just made back most of the money we just spent, so that's the other good thing. I think our armor is okay. Like, armor value-wise, I think we're not terribly off. We just need a better weapon. Still can't make. I may need to make a second Kumo axe just to take it down a different path. I'm getting the distinct feeling we might have dead-ended. At least temporarily. Insect husks, monster bone, and an immature sponge. Okay, that's fine. You're going back out, by the way. You're not staying. Go ahead and go... Yeah, go to the island this time. See if you can bring me back some jaggy stuff. I know I said I was going to hire another one, but what I'll do is I'll hire the second one later. Since they're at least coming back with parts right now. I was worried that they weren't going to be able to do anything with just a solo cat. Don't get me wrong, technically I could just send a team out there and go hunt either by myself or with only one. But I see no reason to adjust things that much right now. The fact that I just keep getting earth crystals and stones upsets me greatly. But not the things I need. The game knows it. Monster Hunter Desire Sensor is always in effect. Like, oh, you want this? Well, what if you didn't get that, though? Yeah, we could get Roggy armor. Which does what? Stun down, status up, constitution, perception. Is 14 defense. It's actually some of the best defense we can get. I could also just slap some upgrades on these. Using my spare stones. Even that's not the greatest idea I could have right now. There you go. The problem is this only can reach Bone Axe right now. You need more Yokuma wood and the warm pelts and the Makalite to do that. That's what I was afraid of, which is why I wasn't really like, yeah, this is the best idea I have. Yeah, because both my axes currently are stuck on jumbo bones. I just have another problem in the form of the killer beetles with this one. Which I think the incense we can get over here. One of these might actually get that. Which, this is beetle liquid, so I would presume that that would attract things like the killer beetles and such that we need. I would just need to get more points for that. Which, that's very expensive in terms of points. You can also get armor spheres and aqua flow jewels from him. Alternatively... I can't really up my armor value that much. The best I can do is 8 armor per piece. That's expensive to get. Not enough of a benefit, I don't think. Because 8 armor per piece is only 2 more armor for actual results for me. Let's go take advantage of the benefits of the hot spring, though. We should actually see what the drink quests require eventually as well. I don't remember. Ellen Riser do? Okay, extra time. And one randomly of these sets. Or I just gamble across the board. Weakener makes less large-sized monsters show up, which kinda eh. Defender's not a bad idea. But we all know how I be, and I be all about that attack. Doesn't increase our health or stamina, but it'll at least make me hit a bit harder right off the start. But I think we'll go ahead and get the Royal Ludroth taken care of before we do Barroth. I just don't have confidence in taking Barroth right now. The other option is I do another Kuropeko. Maybe like do an extra Great Jaggy as well. Just out of the interest of just getting more money and more items. Wait, you have. Oh, you definitely have a different set of things this time. Mud bugs and flash bugs. Oh yeah, Psycho Serum also bypasses the needs of a paintball for those who didn't know about those. Buy some shock traps. It wouldn't be the worst idea. Buy a couple of the Banhabra spines here, because we do need those for a couple of things. These are really only good as far as I go for making life crystals and life powder, which doesn't help me since I'm alone, so they're useless. Barcasters aren't bad because they can take you back to base. If I had all the money in the world, I'd be buying Dragon Toadstools right now. But as it stands, I don't want to be doing that right now. I do actually want to buy a Might Seed and an Adamant Seed, though. There's a clever thing we can do about that. We need to cancel the quest right quick so I can move out of this area. There's just not a box out here, at least I didn't see one. And I was foolish and bought those to my inventory, not to the box. But the idea with buying the seeds is we can plant them in the farm. Which I don't have anything planted right now, so I should actually go do that. Oh yeah, there's a training school here too. And that's probably what the lady tells you about, is the training school existing. Now, for those who haven't watched any other Monster Hunter related content, the benefit to Might Seeds and Adamant Seeds is they make Demon Drug and Armor Drug, respectively, which are a buff to your attack or your defense, depending on which one. For my purposes, we're going to be putting a Might Seed in there and buffing it with some fertilizer, so we can actually get a good amount of Might Seeds out of that. You just mix that with Catalyst and you get Demon Drug, and then you start hitting harder for a little while. It'll help us with some of the stronger enemies. I could also start going on gathering tours, which would help get some more material in hand. Mostly just worried about that barrel. Let's actually take that Royal Ludroth quest now that I've cleaned up my act. Now, Royal Ludroth can actually be somewhat dangerous. He's not a big problem, but he can actually be slightly upsetting to deal with. Because as you might imagine, by us being given Nullberries, he applies the status effect, which is problem number 1. Specifically, he does Water Blight, which saps your stamina. This looks an awful lot like the start of Forest and Hills, in some ways. So the layout has definitely changed, so it's definitely not that area, but it just looks like it a little bit. But I think it's partially the camera work and partially just the fact that it starts with Aptonauts. Hey there, Callista, how you doing? Just out here showing people history again. Same, honestly. That's part of why I'm doing something simple, like just playing some older Monster Hunter. Because to me, that is simple at this point. Regular Luthroth? Where's the Royal? I know he was up toward the top. I think we do actually have to go all the way up into that corner. Past all the cats before they start bombing me. Ah. Similar boat for me, but without someone else encouraging the idea. I was up till like 2 this morning, and just because I didn't pay attention to time. But I'm glad you were able to stay up for a while hanging out with someone. That's always fun. Even if sometimes the future turns against you on that one. Big old sponge lizard. Oh, I bounced on that, huh? Yikes. Like, thankfully with sword mode we can kind of bypass the sharpness issue a little bit. It's not ideal. Just gotta watch out for when this guy tucks and rolls like that, because that's gonna be the thing that's gonna hit me hardest. Combine that with the fact that he's got all these friends running about. You can get caught in some rather awkward positions. He does also, I seem to recall, have a water spray move, which is where he ends up applying Water Blight to you. Oh, of course, of course. Just the good company is what encourages you to stay up, yeah. Oh, there we go. He shoots water ball. Yeah, Sponge. One of the earliest appearances of Sponge. I think it's actually literally his first appearance. Much like a lot of the other monsters in here. I just say one of because I can't guarantee they didn't appear somewhere else that I'm not aware of. Oof. There goes that sharpness again, because this thing's about as sharp as a rock. And I don't mean a sharp rock. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Missed. Yeah, that's understandable. Dash juice is huge. I didn't really fight him that much aside from helping other people fight him because he didn't really have anything useful for me. I didn't really dig his armor that much. But I could definitely see the dash juice being a big reason to kill off a bunch of Royal Ludroth. Right now, I'm just hunting him because he's a key quest. I need to get all of my key quests out of the way. Right, the tail whip on that. Aye. One of these days, I would like to get my sword mode to actually get fully used. But as we get further along, that's going to become less and less common as they start getting a lot more defensive moves around them. I wanted to roll through that, but I rolled too early. Oh, thanks, Psychic Vision. Thanks for telling me he's here, where I'm standing. It's almost like I knew he was there or something. I could just see it in my mind's eye. Just like my real eye. There, I'll paint him too. That's fine, you can water blight me, it's okay. I have plenty of stamina. That's right, turn right into that. Not quite the angle I wanted him to turn into it at, but it worked out well enough. It's me. Get back here. Just because I have stamina left doesn't mean I want to chase you all over the room. Why must you be out of range? Why couldn't you be reachable? I'm about to get hit for this, probably. No? Huh. Really thought that was gonna go off soon enough. Turns out, not so much. That's not the input I wanted to do at all. I was trying to just do a regular attack, but I hit both buttons unintentionally there. That wasn't any kind of technical failure, that was just me accidentally hitting both buttons. Well, you know what? That works, I guess. Anyway, we're just gonna pretend that that heal didn't happen, because it basically didn't. Anyway. I do wonder how many people out there that played only like World and Rise thought a lot of the monsters in Rise started in it. Because, like, even I thought for a while that some of the stuff in there was unique to it. Like, for example, Ludroth didn't realize that existed in any other game. I never happened to play any of the ones that had him in it before that. Or at the very least, never did the hunts he was involved in if I did play those games. It was interesting to think about. One of your few fast attacks. Oh, that was a bad time to knock you over. One of those rare times where trip actually works against the one who tripped it. Oh no. You just see the bomb going off, and it's like, well, there's nothing I can do about that except say, oh no. Oh, I'm about to get blown up again, too. Nope, he missed. Got two cats with me, and they can't keep a handful of rogue cats under control. bouncing at the worst times for trying to use Wild Swing. It would be so much easier than doing all these regular attacks if I could just sit there and just swing my axe back and forth and swing my axe back and forth, but no. Keep bouncing because this thing's sharp as a wet noodle. And in case anybody was late or wasn't paying attention, no, I can't make anything sharper than this. At least not as far as the switch axe is concerned right now. It's moisturizing. Oh, he fell over. I thought he was rolling at me. My poor weapon. Now he's gonna roll on me. Right side, I did enough attacks that I actually chewed through all of my sharpness in one go there. So he should have taken a decent bit of damage. This is gonna hurt. Get back over here. I'm not done with you yet. We're just gonna be that way today, huh? How is he still alive? I have worked him over real hard, but I'm not even sure if he's actually that hurt, since nothing's broken on him yet. Like, we've definitely set a lot of attacks off in him. We've got, what, 3 of the discharges to go off properly? Oh no, 2 of them properly, one of which was a glancing hit. We definitely put a few sword combos in him. Not counting all the regular axe attacks. Though, Royal Ludroth is a bit of a durable boy. Especially when I have to keep sharpening every few minutes. This is about to be awkward. Yep, didn't even get to finish sharpening. All because he quick-turned instead of continuing whatever it was he was doing. He decided, no, it's much more interesting to annoy the hunter that's sharpening nearby. It's really gonna be one of these days, huh? At least I got armor or drugged from the cat, so we're fine for taking the hits. It's just wasting a lot of resources now. Case in point, not managing to dodge a damn thing today. I'm gonna end up carting to a goddamn Royal Ludroth. Hate it here. This is just how it is sometimes. You just get caught into a bad loop and you keep getting into bad situation after bad situation and you can't fix it. He also turns way more on that charge than you think he does. They may have actually eased off on his turning for that, because I don't remember him turning nearly that well. I may also have forgotten because I'm used to him just getting pummeled instead of actually getting to participate in the fight this much. God damn you. I wish you'd stop running away. You'd be dead by now if you just stopped running away. And I could move on to more interesting monsters than you. But as it stands, I don't think I'm gonna be geared enough for more interesting monsters at this rate. Or I should say, I'm not gonna be geared enough for more interesting monsters before I'm too tired to hunt properly. Because I'm definitely getting sloppier as we go here. This fight in particular is a slop fest for me. Which at the end of the day is fine, because I'm only really impacting myself with that. Like, if I was carting left and right and causing, like, Pazian Vale, if I was doing Freedom Unite, for example, to have to redo quests a bunch, then I'd be worried about it. Right now, it's just more of my pride is vaguely stung by how sloppy I'm being. But I don't actually care that much. Because if I cared that much, I'd fix it. Though my resources are going to be very, very heavily impacted by this behavior that's happening right now. Just going to go ahead and reload it instead of letting it recharge. His opportunity is knocked. Except the opportunity left by the time I reloaded. Well, never mind. Get back here. I think he is almost dead. That looks like he's limping. Oh, I managed to get a hold of him enough before he left and to change his mind. Except now he's going nuts again. Yeah, I know. I can't believe I avoided that. Now he's back to trying to limp out again. Hey, we got the tail off. You know what, you can go ahead and leave now. Did I bring the trap that I bought with me? I did not. Or did I not actually buy it? Because I know I thought about it. It doesn't matter. I don't want Ludroth parts badly enough to want to buy or use traps on him anyway. Yeah, there was no way out of that one with my weapon out. The best I could have done was try to roll towards him at an angle a little bit and hope for the best. But with where I was standing specifically, that was just too awkward to pull. Could you not? This fight is about to be over. If you just would stand still for 5 seconds. It's with me in range. So I stop getting all these awkward angles. I can't close the distance because I don't have enough goddamn stamina because Water Blight sucks. Chase the stupid thing all over creation. That's a great camera angle game. Thanks for that. Oh my god, he's still alive. What the fuck? How are you not dead? Yeah, there's a head break. Like, he was limping out of the room. How did he take all of that and be fine? How high is his limp threshold? Oh, of course. Oh, good, you missed. Fuck you. That's fine. Like, the reason why my stamina's gotten this bad is I genuinely thought he'd be dead by now, so I didn't bother eating rations. Because I feel like he should have died by now. The fact that he isn't is just a testament to how sloppy I've been with this kill. Oh, I swear to God. The regular Ludroth literally just shoved me just far enough off for that. I am so aggravated right now. The sheer amount of robbery happening here is becoming actually upsetting. Like, it was a hee-hee-ha-ha anger before, but now I'm getting a little tired of it. Just have the decency to die. Not to belabor the point, but you are definitely acting like what you look like right now. Yeah, I had a feeling. With how much dodgier he was getting, it's like he's gotta be like a hit away. But he also seemed like he was nearly dead for that entire sequence in here. Which I seem to recall in Rise there was a Ludroth switch axe. I don't know if that exists in this game or not. And what tree it's tucked down. Right now, all of our trees are stuck. On the bright side, we did get a lot of parts out of that, so in that regard, this was at least worth it. And he was at least worth good money. So it's not a total loss, just mildly upsetting. So if I was getting impatient with that, I am really thinking we might not be doing Barioth today. Barioth, whichever. Big muddy boy that takes forever to die. I'm pretty confident I'm not going to be able to make it a water weapon right now. Keep his mud situation under control. Means he's going to get the extra durability, which means he's gonna take forever. Because he's very much another case of the first time you fight one, it takes a long time. And then every time afterwards, it's not nearly so bad. That first time... Couldn't go to that. Where you're doing something. I could probably teach these two another skill by now. No, actually. Despite the fact that I have them training for points, they really haven't gained that many. They have at least been using those flutes a decent amount, though, so that was worth putting the points into. Yeah, I think I need to get the Bone Axe Plus in order to access what I'm looking for. And I'm pretty sure I need to kill another bull drum to get jumbo bones. Those sound like they would be off the bull drum. Oh, that's what that's made out of. Just a piece of wood with mushrooms on it. Yeah, see, there's a Ludroth greatsword, but it doesn't even have water on it, so that's only so useful. This has water on it, but I need a lot more Ludroth bits, including the tail that I didn't get, even though I cut the tail off. Yeah, the Kuropeko horn. Yeah, there's what I used back when I was last testing this game out, is the Peko TP. A goofy little thing. But as you can see, it needs a lot of things we don't have enough of. And not to mention money, we don't have either. Royal Turret, which is Ludroth bits. Peckish Peko, which is just a Peko face. Sponge Gear 2. It's interesting that we can make the Sponge Gear 2, but we don't actually see Sponge Gear 1. Froggy Revolver 3. Froggy Revolver 2 is somewhere around. And Ludroth armor is just kind of there. It is decent defense value, but that too needs killer beetles, which we don't have. And it's good for stamina, but other than that, I wouldn't say it's worth having. Oh, now we have another Royal Ludroth quest. The one I did was the required Royal Ludroth quest, right? Not gonna have to do another one? Yes, the Royal Ludroth, the Save Our Boat one is optional. Oh yeah, there's still Lagombi as well, other than Baroth, before the next urgent. Gombi's another one you kind of have to chase around a lot. But he's at least not super tanky. It's kind of annoying. Buy more potions before I do anything else. Right now, that's our biggest issue, is we just keep running low on potions constantly. I'm just kind of eating hits left and right. As the continual loss of reflex continues to happen. Didn't mean to use up all my honey, but that's fine. Oh yeah, the mite seeds. And that was why I didn't want to use up all the honey, is because I was gonna make Demon Drug to make the hunts go a little faster. I'm so used to just skipping past the crops. Yeah, we got a good amount of mite seeds. Very good. If you plant some of the adamant seeds now too. Done that up just like we did the other one. This way we'll have a few armor drugs and a few demon drugs available once I have enough honey to make those. Grab the ores, right? Good. I was about to call out how much of a mess I'm becoming if I hadn't done that. Realized I had a Ice Crystal masquerading as a Mega Potion. Which unfortunately I can't start like making max potions or anything. Not till I get a lot more material in. Yeah, I don't have any traps on it. I didn't think so. I also don't have trap tools to begin with to try to make traps, so I'd have to buy one. Do I think trapping Lagumbi would be worth it? In terms of being able to hit him, it would be somewhat worth it. In terms of the material off of him, I don't think I care. Let's go have ourselves a drink, and then we'll go beat up a Lagumbi. Speaking of drink, actually. Got a root beer here that'll help me feel a bit better. We had gotten a couple bottles of some nicer root beer the other day, and oh, never a bad time to have a little bit. Which all told, today's not been too bad. Things have been going pretty smoothly with this. I made another nice batch of chicken lo mein earlier. The only thing impeding me really is just that bit of sleep loss, throwing my beginning off. The milk coffee, which is something I absolutely would not drink myself, but makes me hit harder. Because I think I've noted by now that I'm not much of a coffee person at all. Alright, let's do this. Go fight a bunny. Oh, there's boggies as well. I am going to be reliant on the supplied hot drinks, which might be a little bit iffy. He has less stuff in his shop this time. I could buy some catalysts to make Demon Drug with. Similar case if I could buy nutrients in order to make the max potions. But I'd also have to buy the dragon toadstools for that anyway. And it just becomes very expensive. Very expensive. Very expensive. At least we'll get to see the tundra. Just goes to show how cold it is here with the fact that our boxes are completely frozen over. I guess Lagumbi does have big ears because it's a rabbit, so maybe Sonic Bombs would have an effect on it. Weird that it's showing in between rooms. But I guess it's gonna come sliding in, probably. There he's pretty small. Some popos. Do the old ritual of kick a popo for good luck. Way. There he goes. He's just over here having a great time, and we're about to ruin that for him. You can definitely tell that he's made on the same model Orzuros is. Wouldn't that be a hell of a thing if you just seen Orzuros come sliding at you like that? But you definitely can't tell me that that's not the exact same skeleton and everything. cats are keeping Baggies busy. Oh, until I said something. Oh, right! Yeah, that's the thing with Baggies, by the way. They're not ice, they're sleep. Which is why keeping them out of the way is actually vitally important. Because if they put you to sleep at the wrong time, you are probably going to die a very quick and miserable death. This is why I was considering trapping him. Is trying to get a hold of him for any real amount of time is difficult. Oh, Lily got the demon flute off, and then Cain got obliterated before he could get the armor flute off. But he'll be back. He'll be okay. These cats, like I've talked about before, are just damn indestructible. Impressive, honestly. Okay, that's the last of the Baggies that are in here. Maybe now we can actually start making some headway. There's a mining point back there, too. Which I'm interested in, but not interested enough to derail fighting the Super Bunny over here. So we could always grab that mining point if he dies in this room. Not that I'm anticipating him staying in here long enough to die. I'm sure he'll run before he gets that far. But I can dream. Let's reload while he's messing about. Come on. All you need to do is just stand still for a little while. Not quite what I intended there. Now I got Ice Blade on me, which is another one that drains your stamina. Because, you know, clearly we needed more ways to deplete the player's stamina. Which is why I'm not the biggest fan of the Blights to begin with, because a lot of them are just, hey, how about we just inconvenience you greatly? How do you feel about that idea? That doesn't seem to have done a whole lot. Yep, there's the booty bounce. I love that Lily was trying to draw aggro and Lagumbi still just pummeled Cain instead. Nope, rolled too early. I should have just side-rolled that, but I wanted to get closer to him. 'Cause that's the problem I'm running into, is I'm hitting that just right frame of I'm not too tired to be effective, but I'm tired enough that I start getting extra impatient. Because I need to consciously fight my impatience a lot of the time. So as soon as I start slipping on that, that's where I start making plays like that one, where I jump straight into an ice ball. He's getting all tuckered out, though. That's my sharpness. Thankfully, we don't need that for sword mode. And I'd like to take advantage of while he's a little tuckered out. Though his belly apparently is tough enough that even sword mode bounces there, so what do I know? That Mealinx just jumps into the swings and just gets his teeth kicked in immediately. I like the idea of Lagumbi. I don't care for the fact that I have to chase Lagumbi all over the field. But I feel like we all know that I don't like monsters that make you chase them all around. I feel like I've made my stance on that pretty well known. So then again, as much as I love Monster Hunter as a series, I was about to say these monsters have no respect for the player's time, but I can't necessarily say that Monster Hunter as a series necessarily has respect for the player's time in a lot of cases. What is happening to Kane? Why is he just like light speed running around in a figure eight? He's doing something. I just don't really understand what the idea there was. I think that was his distraction move. Like he was trying to get the monster's attention, which succeeded. But he also got my attention and confused the hell out of me. Which I'm going to assume was not part of the plan. I keep misjudging the amount of spin he gets on that. Like, okay, he's gonna cut short right there and punk. Rabbit ass in the face. Oh no, only one jump? Okay. Was not expecting the immediate stagger on that one, I'm not gonna lie to you. It actually worked against me that he immediately staggered. I will say, all the time I spent recently in Freedom Unite playing Greatsword has actually helped a lot with my sword mode play. Since you basically move like a Greatsworder at that point. You just don't have a guard. Which has definitely caught me a couple times in sword mode, I'm not gonna lie to you. I immediately go, oh yeah, I have big sword, I can block. No, I can't. God damn you. This is the annoying thing. It's like, oh hey, I'm gonna do a big attack. Oh, and he's gone again. There we go, Kane got the armor flute off, which is great news for me. That means I can take more risks and move this fight along a little faster. Alright, damage boost wore off, which is annoying. Yeah, unless you really sit there and just tank hits from Lagombi over and over again, or fight one of the higher grade versions of him, he really isn't gonna kill you. Not easily. You have to sit there and eat multiple back-to-back hits from him for him to really be a threat. Or heal at the wrong time like I just did. I thought I could get away with that one. Yep. Okay. Might as well reload the switch axe. Now, Lily's not asleep anymore. Why are you just kind of chilling there? Get up and do something. Nope, just immediately sits down again. I don't even know why I tried. I believe there's actually a thing where if you like tap them when they're idling like that, that will actually like discourage them from continuing to do that. I think there is actually like a degree of personality management there. Don't feel good about kicking them, but you know, sometimes might be necessary. Considering, you know, we're in a life or death situation here and they're just fucking about. deal with the Mealinxes so they don't start robbing me. Get exhausted. Get exhausted. Knock down 2. That works too. Yeah, I don't have enough sharpness to cut through that anymore. Oh, paw print stamp. I might be able to use that, actually. With how desperate for a new weapon we're getting, a cat weapon might actually be worth something to me. Usually they're a little bit on the lower end. We're currently on the lower end. So if we're just lucky enough that we have the materials for the rest of what it wants, that might actually end up worth it. He's getting tired again. All of our buffs have worn off, which is not great. Oh, he retargeted on that one. Huh. All my stamina just swinging my axe like a fool again. Hope you like just back and forth, because we're gonna be doing a lot of that. Could you do me a solid there, Lagombi, and die in here so I can use the mining point without having to run too far? Where's he going? Oh, he's gonna go have a snack again, I think. Just gonna jam this right in there, then. So I think he had enough time to unexhaust because I went for the big attack there. All my sharpness again already. Thank you for the attack buff, Lily. Literally what I keep you around for, pretty much. Even having camera control, sometimes those camera angles... Ew. Yep, he's limping. He's almost done. But he's leaving the room. No. Ooh, I got a tumble. Can I clinch this before he can leave the room? Nope. Damn it. You gotta remember, that limping threshold is way higher than you think it is. So if he had died right after I said that, I was genuinely going to be upset. At least he's not put up that much of a fight. Like, he's been annoying, but he's not been abhorrent like he can be. Oh, no. Not the button I wanted. Why are you running further? God damn you. And of course I was at the worst angle to try to capitalize on him just running in a straight line. So much for that mining point, I guess, unless I want to turn around. Right. I got distracted and got hit because I was looking at this. Oh, it's got Khezu babies in it. Ew. No. No, 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 no. I've never seen that before, and I hope to never see that again. Ooh, Velvety Hide. Ow. Carve the other one, too. Nope, never mind. As you might imagine, having the cold effect and Ice Blade at the same time would mean you never have stamina ever again. Why are you continuing to run? See, this is annoying. This right here is very annoying. Like, oh hey, I'm almost dead, so I'm just gonna keep, like, limping out of every room. Just so it takes longer for you to kill me. And so I can keep getting cheap shots on you the second you enter the room. But this is something that basically every single Monster Hunter game is guilty of. In some ways, it actually gets worse later in the series. Especially when I misread a move. And now I have to walk all the way back over there. For no other reason than this thing should be dead already. Oh. No, it wants to be a pain in my ass. Let's keep running. Everyone's time. And I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense for it to run, because it does. But it reaches a point where it just becomes very tedious sometimes. Especially when you're using a weapon that struggles to capitalize on those angles sometimes. Especially if you're not as familiar with it. So you end up spending a lot of time chasing after the monster, not getting to really do anything. As nice as these Sunspire jewels are, thank you. I was gonna say, give me something else, please. Is as nice as having more decorations is going to be, that's not what I was mining for right now. Yeah, based on the rate my patience is going for hunting, I think this is going to be the last hunt. As much as I would like to push us further. Oh, it's hella cold in here. Oh, he's sleeping. Why did you wake up? I guess me rolling woke him up? Oh no, my map. Fuck you. Do me solid. There we go. I was gonna say, just do me a solid and die. But he died before I finished asking for it. Oy, oy. Stash for more points. Can it be all secret stashes? Beast tier. Still more points. Get me out of here. Bone. Oh, jumbo bones. Okay, you know what? I might be willing to forgive Lagumbi. And more Sunspire. All that boggy fighting and they didn't actually get any boggy parts. I'm somewhat disappointed in them. Is that enough to do literally anything? Yes, actually. I can make the Wild Axe Plus right here at the end. Why can't I make the... I know, I'm looking at the wrong one. Ow. I need the killer beetles, right? And I am also Jumbo Bone short. So I may as well just upgrade the Wild Axe and see if we actually get anywhere with that idea. Ground Dasher and the Blinding Ruler, which needs Volvidion, which we haven't even seen. And Bullfango Head is doable. Lava Nugget, I don't think we can get. Ground Dasher would be way better, though. 170. But hey, we managed to make a rare 2 weapon. So that's good. And you get to see what Lagombi armor looks like. With its big goofy hat. Why do I suddenly have Kuropeko? Oh, I think we only just now got medium monster bones? I don't know. I may have just never looked that far down. Hats. There's a lot of these I didn't look at because I knew I wasn't going to be able to make them. Yeah, the jam up early on is kind of why I was on the fence about showing off this just as a one-off. I think what I'll do is we'll do a second session of this, and I'll fit in some grind time somewhere in between so that we can actually have some decent stuff to work with. And we'll give this another proper look in the future. Even if I may have sounded a bit annoyed in places, I have to make note of the fact that this is just how Monster Hunter works. And I get just as annoyed with any of them now and then when they just happen to push the button just the wrong way. Because, you know, you're not always in for something making you chase after something for a while, or doing any number of other bits and bobs that may just take longer than you want them to. For lack of a better way of explaining that thought. And you know, mood instability can come about from, example, the iffy sleep I had last night because of being up a little later than I should have, throwing the day off. So take some of the agitation I have with a grain of salt in that regard as well. Monster Hunter is still a series I thoroughly enjoy, and I do really love this series. It is one of the series I like the most. It's one of the series I like the most despite its flaws, instead of because of its flaws, I suppose is the best way to put that. Because it is a flawed series. Like, front to back, the series is flawed. It just has different flaws depending on where in the series you're at. I think that's the best way to explain that. At the very least, the best way I'll be able to come up with right now. I was going to raid a friend of mine for his return, but I think I just missed him. So that's how that goes sometimes. That's fine. You know what? Yeah, that seems like a good enough idea. Let's go visit a relatively new friend of the channel, who you saw on the channel the other day. as we all know, Fortnite's not really my jam, but I like to repay the trust of people I run into. And what better way to repay someone being willing to hang out with me than by sending y'all to see them firsthand? So, puts a bit of proof to the recommendation I make in situations like that, you know? They also rated us while we were doing the collab when they had to head off, so it also works to repay that too. It all works out. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I did have a good time regardless of how I may have sounded once or twice along the way there. And I am in a better mood than I was at the end last time, as in yesterday. Schedule coming up is of course the same as I mentioned yesterday, but to run through it again, we will be doing Minecraft with the Gremlins tomorrow. We will be slightly delayed probably, but doing I don't know what on Monday. We will be doing Freedom Unite collab I mentioned multiple times during this on Tuesday. And Thursday and Friday are kind of a take 'em at the moment, figure it out. Oh, actually no. Thursday is going to be another collab. It will be Repo. Theoretically with Nixie here, who you'll be seeing here soon. Moth, who you've seen many times. Vale. Char. And I know Moth had another person she was going to bring in. And that is our 6th for Repo. I didn't want to mention it before because it wasn't solidified, and even now it's not 100% solidified, but I'll just throw that list out there for you now, and it may be subject to change. But for now, be good to Nixie, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.